I asked the Ashtar Command to put protection around the encounter show. I asked that the Christed Beings of Light put protection around the whole area, a 1 mile radius, as I'm going live now. I asked that the Kadaramanka and the Ashtar Command send a ship about 10,000 feet above my location. I asked the command to send a tensor beam within the radius of 25 miles from the location. As we are live now on our program Encounters. And welcome to the show. I'm just setting some energy fields around the area. I'm doing this from now on to keep clear any negative energies that might come in here. I'm your host, CmdrAleon. And I'm not going to repeat what happened last night with me. I'm just not going to do it. But I realize if someone says a specific word in the comment section and it's something that can get me possibly booted from TikTok, I'm just not going to mention what it is and just block them. I didn't realize it was happening when I repeated the word. I'm not going to repeat it because it's evidently goes against TikTok standards. So that was a close one last night. Very close. They got a warning. I'm not going to let it happen again. So welcome to the show, everybody. And John Connors is here. I'm going to try to get him on. I'm hoping that they rescinded his situation. I think we're going to try to get him on live. I messaged him and I told him about everybody messaging TikTok to get him back on live. So we'll see what happens. And we're going to, maybe TikTok's on vacation. I don't know. But if John Connors gets in here, we'll test and see if we can get back on camera tonight. I don't know. Hey, Jess, everybody, Harry, Kathy, Jody Lynn, hello. Everybody coming in here. Junebug, Aaron G. It's nice to have this 3-day weekend. And we're on early tonight at 10 o'clock tonight. Hey, Courtney, everybody, Roy, Jay Perry. Commander is in the house. We've just set the energy frequencies here. And it's a good thing. So tonight should be great. And again, if you haven't gone to your settings on TikTok, go to your settings and report a problem, as well as feedback. I want everybody who hasn't done this yet. Oh, he was live earlier? Okay, so he's back on. Chezno, I'm going to bring you on here, man. So he got his live back. If he got his live back, I'm really happy. Really happy. Let's see here. And if he did get his live back, I think everybody helped make it happen. Oh, you're driving home. Okay. When you get home, give me an update. I thought that I saw him bouncing around in my vision here for a minute. So if he gets on tonight, we'll see if we can do what we didn't get to do last night, which is contact with Godico. No, we didn't get to do it, Kimberly, but I believe when Chezno gets home, we'll find out. I think that my friend John Connor got his abilities back to go live on camera. Oh, you did? You did make contact. Oh, beautiful, Kimberly. Beautiful. Excellent. Spaceship above me. So, Kimberly, we're going to put you on here to talk about that. Yes, he can go live on camera. Oh, good. So, because we weren't able to do the contact last night, if he comes on tonight, we'll see if he wants to do it. We'll see if we can make contact with Godico. I've got my crystals set up here behind me. Matter of fact, you can't see all of them, but one of them is a large crystal here. Can I show it to you? Maybe not. Maybe from the distance. No, it can't really. I have the green screen on, so that doesn't work too well. Yeah, you can see it a little bit. It's a cathedral crystal right here. And it's on top of my app. I'm not going to mention the app's name. Yeah, he's now back on. Chezno said he got his privileges back, and I give thanks to everybody here who hundreds of you who messaged TikTok, I thank you. See, when we all come together, how things help, it really does make a difference. You know, I was going to let John be not able to get on here anymore. So there's power in numbers. Always remember that. There's power in unity and power in light, and we did it together, collectively. That's what we do on encounters. We help each other. When things like that happen, when they shouldn't have happened, we help each other. Yeah, yesterday night I thought I was going to be, for some reason taken out. But I just got a warning. I repeated a word which I'm not going to say again because the algorithm doesn't like that. And I'm just going to, if I see negative comments, I want my moderators just to block whoever that person is out. So there you go. And you're on Encounters, the late night UFO talk show, or the early night. It's 10:14 in the East Coast. And we'll see if we can get John on here this evening, if he's available. And we will try to do contact tonight if we can get him on here. I'm hoping by Christmas I have exactly this thing I've been waiting for, this particular radio. So we'll see what happens with it. And let me see what's happening here. I will see. Art, Kristen from Texas, everybody, welcome to Justin. Good to have you all with us. We'll do some interviews. In the meantime, we'll do some interviews at Hero Astrology with Sun and Gemini. And let's see, Kimberly, you mentioned you had something over your house, so we'll be able to do that. I've seen UFOs, seen star shapes and triangle shapes. Alpha, I've seen UFOs, seen stop shapes. So we'll have, let's see where Kimberly is. We'll get Kimberly on here and see what's happening. I can't find her now. Kimberly, make a comment so I can figure out where you are. My sensitive to light all day. Brian, hello from South Dakota. Let's see here. Just found your live. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you, Brian. Glad you found us. We're here usually around 11 o'clock. We're doing early, a little bit early, early tonight because of the 3-day weekend. For people that are new here, I've done this show for probably now a little bit over a year on TikTok. I came from Facebook world, and I'm a radio show host on WESU.org, NPR Pacifica Radio. I do a show called Ashtar Command Radio, also known as Cosmic Eye. I've interviewed people on that show. I play higher frequency music, and I dedicate that show to the Ashtar Command, which is what I'm connected with. For new people, I'm in human form, but I'm from Mars originally, here on mission work with the Ashtar Command before there was an internet website for Ashtar. I've been working with the command for a lot of years. And are you working with MUFON? No, but I know people in Connecticut that are MUFON people. I've been to their meetings, some good people there, but I don't work with them. We have an Ashtar Command C5 group, and we're going to just take this other person out here. I'm not going to mention anything they said. And I just took that person out. So I've learned last night just to take him out. Don't even say any more than that. And we just took him out. So welcome everybody to the show. Yeah, and so I come from planet Mars originally. I'm here on mission to Earth. Planet Mars inhabitants are about 10 to 15 million inhabitants. They're human like we are, but they're spiritually more advanced than we are on this planet. We'll be getting to where they are, but it is, again, a progression of frequency and vibration. And we love interviewing people on this show, so we do a lot of that. We always love to be able to interview folks. Yeah, so Mars actually has cities inside Mars. There is also natural vegetation inside Mars. People live within the planet, there are certain areas of the planet now on the surface part of Mars where people live and grow vegetation. Mars has a very similar now atmosphere to Earth, a little bit lighter in the oxygen, but still there's an oxygenated, what's the word I'm trying to use? The planet has oxygen. Many, many moons ago, there was a problem that occurred a long, long time ago. They resolved the problem they had, and people are now able to come on the surface. That's why once in a while the NASA rover picks up human forms on the planet, standing up or walking or something. They don't seem to doctor the pictures out. So people say, "Oh yeah, I saw the picture of that lady walking there in some sort of clothing," because there are people on Mars that walk on the surface of Mars. They live there. They do live there. If anyone ever tells you things about Mars that it was destroyed or there's no life on it, don't believe them. They're either government agents or misinformed. They don't know what they're talking about. And so, yeah. So I can talk directly about Mars because I've been there, I've lived there, and I can tell you straight from the horse's mouth about Mars. Again, anything you see on the web about Mars not being an inhabited planet is all a bunch of either government misinformation or basically lies. So you're hearing it straight from the commander. And I don't read any websites. I don't read anybody's projected agendas. Mars is, Tracy, it's a very peaceful planet. It operates in a very high vibrational frequency with the creator. And it's just a beautiful place. And all the planets in our solar system, believe it or not, are inhabited by people. Even though, but you don't want to believe NASA anyway, do you? Hey, Chezno, good evening.
Hey,
Hey,
Commander. I'm
good.
just turning on my headset.
Are you driving your car? Oh, that's weird. Chezno, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me turn my volume up. I didn't have my volume. Now I can hear you. I had it down. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
yeah, I'm just putting on my headset. 1 second.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. And welcome everybody to the show. If you're just finding the show, you're welcome here. This is an actual show, not we don't do, contest games. We don't go running around with disco lights. This is a real show. I come from radio. I'm still on radio for 20 years. And I'm also a contactee since the 60s with positive beings from outer space. So you're talking to somebody who's the real deal. I don't channel anything. I don't believe in channeling. I just believe in keeping it cosmically real here. And we've just started having direct contact with people from the star system Sirius about over a month ago through the A app. I won't mention it because it's right next to me. And we've had continuous contact within the last month. Hey, Chezno, you got your headphones on?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good, good. Now, we got some good news. I'll let you speak because after last night, after what happened with John Connors being taken out on the video part, I hear he's back on.
Yeah, he's back on. I saw him in Opal's live, and also I think he went live after that. So I know for a
Oh,
fact
good.
he's able to come on.
Well, if he comes on tonight, I'm going to see if he wants to do the contact with Godico, and we're going to make up for last night when they took him out. So we'll see what happens here. And so maybe he'll be on. I don't know if he's busy. I'm going to send him another invite just to let him know we're here. And I'm going to send him. Okay, I'm going to say we are on the air now. We are
Was he planning
live.
on coming on tonight?
I don't know if he was planning it, but I'm sending him a note. We are live if you are available. Are available. Whoops.
Yeah, we kind of got cut short last night.
Yeah.
And I was laying in bed last night, and I was just thinking, I'm like, what the hell did he say? And then I'm going over like in my head, and I'm like pretty sure he repeated what he said, and the AI picked it up.
Yeah. So we're not going to repeat any of those words to get him.
No.
And we're not going to say any of those words. So we're learning the AI is very smart. So we're
Yeah.
going to be very, very careful with what we do here. Yep. But we'll get him on. Well, now, if we don't get to do tonight, we'll set it up for next Friday night. And I will have the other radio, I think, by the weekend as a the Christmas presents. So I'm really psyched. I got my crystals set up here just for the energy frequencies. And whatever happens tonight happens. We're just having our normal,
Yeah.
abnormal, whatever kind of show you want to call it here on you're
Also,
going in and out.
Commander, I know it's this light. Sorry.
Okay,
Also,
there
I
you
was
are.
thinking if we can make Johnny Miller a mod. Guy's put in a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
work here. I
yeah,
think
Johnny
he's earned it.
Miller. Yeah,
Yeah,
Johnny Miller definitely should
he's
be a
got
mod.
like good attendance here.
Johnny Miller, we're going to make you a moderator. I'm adding you as one of our regular moderators. Johnny,
He'd be a good
congratulations,
addition.
man. He does deserve it. You're going to be a
Yeah.
moderator, my friend. You're a new moderator for Encounters, so we appreciate it. We have all the best people here moderating. You know,
Mm-hmm.
other TikTok channels might not have moderators and let things happen. Not on because we're doing a show. We can't have anything bad happen here, so we have only the best. Hey, you're a moderator, Johnny Miller. You're the best, man. We appreciate it. Everyone say hello to Johnny Miller.
Congratulations, Johnny. You've been promoted.
Congratulations. You've been promoted. We're glad to have you up there, man, with us on that level. And you're almost at 1,000 followers too, Johnny. So you're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So one thing you'll find in my TikTok, and Chezno will tell you, we don't put up with any garbage, with any trolls or anybody who comes in here negative. We just knock them right out. Some TikToks don't do that. They just let it happen. Their TikToks go all over the place. Not here. We have a show to run. It's not a free
Mm-hmm.
for
And
all.
we want to take it serious because we already
Yeah.
know it's kind of like it could be considered 20 years ago like a kind of a goofy subject, but not anymore. So we take it very
Nope.
serious, and you're very passionate and have a lot of pride,
Yeah.
and we want to keep that. We want to keep that intensity.
Yeah. Most definitely. That's really important. It's just a beautiful energy tonight. I got the blue lights going outside, blinking. They're like icicle lights. They're really cool.
Mm.
So I set those up before a couple weeks ago, but so I can see them as I'm live here. So we
Nice.
look for people that are new here. We like to interview if you've had any visitations with positive ETs, any experiences, if you've had any sightings or continuous sightings. I've had a lot. So we're always interested in people's experiences. We love interviewing. Chezno always has some questions. We always let our co-hosts ask questions too, because it's part of the show. We're all here together. So, we appreciate Chezno's ability to do great things. He's been one of our early moderators and also a co-host. When James comes on, our original co-host, he gets to co-host on here for sure. So it's
It's
always
good to take
interesting.
turns too.
Yeah. We have people take turns. Grace has co-hosted when she's been the only one when neither James or, Chesno have been around. I've had her
Mm-hmm.
co-host.
Yeah.
So I know my people here. I know who's co-hosting, and I have just a solid foundation of light here in this show. I don't let anything get around me. No, Trump, we don't want to talk about him. We don't talk about Trump or any of those people. We don't care about those people. They're earth-based humanoids with ego and power. So we
Lower
will not
vibration.
get into those people. We tell people there are light workers that have said they support that particular person. I don't get it. These people say they're enlightened and they're light workers. And it's just like, how could you support anybody on earth that wants power? That goes against everything that we're about. We're not about here to enrich people on earth that want to have power over us. We're here to liberate the planet. We're here to liberate the planet completely into a higher frequency. It doesn't matter whether he's doing it for power or whether he's doing whatever he's doing it for. I am just saying, everybody, I don't care if the prime minister is in England or the person's the Saudi leader in Arabia. What I'm trying to tell you is don't put your faith in people that want power, because they ultimately want power. Whether you believe they do or not, they do. We're here about the planet Earth being liberated from these people, no matter what country they're in. Don't get sucked into that vibrational frequency. Don't. Just don't. You know, because I've seen light workers that are on Facebook and they'll say, "Yeah, I support this person because they're just like us." I said, "No, they're not. That's the thing. They're not like us." And I scratch my head. I say, "Like us? Show me where they're like us. Show me where the love and light is. Show me where the ability of creating a new world is, the peace and the love and the light. There's nothing there. It's all fake. It's not real. Don't get, I'm not going to use the word, don't get, trapped into it. You know what I mean? Don't get trapped into it.
Yeah,
Especially on
absolutely.
encounters. I don't want to see anybody get trapped into that stuff. You need to be focusing on your higher self, on your connection to your star family, and that's what we need to focus on. That's right, living watershed, waters heal. Focus on the light, not on these people. I'm going to say it straight out. If someone says and I don't think you're saying it because you necessarily believe it. You're just asking me my thoughts on it, and that's what I feel. So we're going to just say, I just want everyone to focus on making themselves enlightened, higher vibrational frequency. That's where you should be focusing. Meditation, forget about that.
Forget
Forget
about
about
it.
that. Forget about it. Hey, I like the snowman, Mystic Maven, the Karen. Thank you. See, that's what it's all about. It's about the snowman. The snowman's important. He's happy. He's bouncing back and forth. It's a good thing. So, yeah, I mean, I think what we do here. Oh, Kit Kat, thank you. We have no snow in Connecticut, but I'm loving the snowman. I've never seen. Hey, Chammy, good to see you. I've had someone send me X-rays of implants. Interesting. I think living. You have enough people. She's got 663 followers. So interesting. So we should bring her on. If you want to come on, we'd love to hear your story about the implants. Living watershed. Living water heals. What am I saying here? Shed. What am I saying? Shed. Heal. And you don't have to if you don't want to, but you're invited to come on live and talk about that. I love people's stories. Lemonade. Man, that's good. Between the snowman and the lemonade, I'm getting
Oh wow,
thirsty.
gingerbread. That looks
A
cool.
gingerbread. I love that too. And not only mention, whoa, I almost dropped I got my apple cider here. What is that thing? Like
The
a snow
Christmas
globe.
gifts are so cool.
I love that, I love that. Let's see, who gave me that? Karen, 82. Thank you for the snow globe. Thank you. That's a beautiful thing. I didn't even realize these things existed for Christmas on TikTok. But good to have everybody with us. I think, oh my goodness, it's snowing out. It's snowing in New England, in Connecticut right now, Chezno. Did you know that?
I
It's
did not.
snowing.
It is apparently it is.
It's apparently snowing here. Everyone has a great Christmas. Yeah, I hope, Tammy, you do too. I really hope everyone's blessed. I hope you have positive ET encounters in the new year. For those that are working on those encounters, I think you will. I think 2024 is going to be a cosmic blast. Tammy Lou, thank you very much so much for the snowman. I love all you people. You know that. I love all the new people that are finding us. I send you my frequency of love. I send you all the
Commander,
love I
will
can
you
give you.
be live tomorrow night, or are you taking Christmas off?
I don't know. Tomorrow night, I have no idea. I might not, be live tomorrow night, but I'm not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
I might be. I might be live.
Play
I
it
don't
by
know.
ear.
Yeah, that is going to be one of those things where I'm going to play it by ear. Because Sunday's Christmas morning. No, Sunday's Christmas
Tomorrow's
Day is
Christmas
Monday.
Eve. Yeah.
Christmas Eve is tomorrow night. I'll be live tomorrow night. Christmas Eve, I might. Karen, thank you so much for the gifts. Man, you guys are beautiful.
Thanks, Michelle.
Wow. I just want to, bless everybody with cosmic energy here. I think I need to give you a gift. It's not a gift you're going to see on the screen. Well, yeah, you kind of invisibly will see it, but I'm going to give everybody a gift that has gifted me tonight with so much of your love because you've been committed to this show. The new people have stuck with the show that are finding it. You're telling other people about encounters. We appreciate it. No matter how big this show gets, my heart is still humble. I don't care if we have 1 million people following me or not. I'm still saying me, that's just numbers. All I care about is cosmic truth, transformation, and, bringing forth a new world that we can live on together as Earth. To me, that is my message. I don't talk about much about my message. I'm always interviewing other people. But, if you were to interview me, I have a lot to say. a lot to share. I probably have shared very little in a year. I mean, I've shared some stuff, but really, I do have a mission. Last night, Kadara Manka spoke briefly, and the energy is not channeled. Those who were on last night know the energy that I talk about when Kadar Manka comes through. I'm able to bring him in here in 2 seconds. I'm in. I don't have to do rituals. I don't have to, throw crystals around and say, okay, I want to talk to Bugatti. Bugatti, please come in, Bugatti. I think I'm right there. I'm getting the channeled message. He has something to say. He's hanging on a tree outside on the top of a Christmas tree, and he has a message. I see him now. I don't do that. What I'm trying to say to you is my information is telepathically communicated. I've learned to be telepathic. I was always telepathic, but I didn't learn how to use it until later on when I first had the encounter in the 60s with the space people on the ship. Then I learned how to be telepathically communicated. Commander, who are the giants? We saw them last night under spaceship. Under spaceship. Kimberly, I'm going to bring you on here. Kimberly, we'll bring you on here. I'd rather have you ask it as a live voice than in the comments because it makes more sense. Hey, Kimberly, how you doing?
Hi there, Commander.
Hey,
How are you, sir?
Good, Mystic Warrior. Thank you for that. And can you give that question to me in real voice?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So, I'm located in Oklahoma. We are by a freshwater spring. We have Bigfoot here. I think I've spoke to you and
You mentioned me about the Bigfoot. Yeah, we talked about
I remember
that. Yeah,
that.
you did.
Yeah.
I remember that too.
Yes, it was exhilarating that night, and I wish I could have got a hold of you last night because Bobby Dean and I are down here in the creek. And
Really?
we are, um, we were digging, we have a freshwater spring that runs through here, Bigfoot all the time. Orbs, and, we see orbs mostly.
Yeah.
Last night was absolutely incredible.
I can't wait to hear this story, folks.
So we're digging for a well, and all of a sudden, fog rolls in, and we took a break, laid in the hammock, and I was like, "Is that lightning?" And I'm like, "No, that's not lightning." It literally was the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It was spinning.
Uh-oh. It was spinning, and now she's out.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't things getting weird? Always on this show, something weird has to happen. Kimberly, you still there? Kimberly? CmdrAleon to Kimberly, are you still there? I hope you guys are all right. Maybe the ship came back and they got beamed up. Wouldn't that be interesting if they got beamed up? Oh yes, Connor's okay. Chezno just said he got back his privileges and he was on today.
Oh no,
she
we lost her.
Okay, something really strange is happening here. Why is something strange always happening on encounters?
It was just getting good.
It was just getting good and we lost her. What is going on?
Maybe her phone died.
It could be. I can't make anything up here, folks. It wasn't like planned that you would come on and disappear. Teresa, go ahead. You know why, Commander? No, Teresa, go ahead. Oh, good, Opal Star. Opal, I'm going to bring you up here. My friend Opal, she doesn't have to, but I'm going to bring her up here. We lost the other person in Oklahoma. Like, what happened to that person? It's like they're gone. I'm telling you, man, things are weird.
Mm-hmm.
We're just getting into a good
back. I hope so.
Yeah. We have Krisha says we have an outside force trying to block our learning. That could be. It could be government too. It could be the government's got hep to my show They're trying to stop stuff here. Let's see, is she still in here somewhere?
I don't see her.
She's completely gone, man. As soon as she got into the light, her whole thing went out. She went completely out. I know I'm not going to say anything. I have to be careful with my words here now because I don't want to lose my program. But I'm here to speak the truth. And if the government's trying to interfere, I'm going to be careful how I say this. They can't stop it. They can't stop what's already happening. Contact's going to happen. You know, there's going to be contact on Earth soon. They can't stop it. You know, I Godico, my friend from the star system Sirius, I have a permanent connection with them. You know, if he wants to come in here and speak through TikTok, he can speak through the computer. But we just lost our friend. She's been on before, and her whole thing went down. She's not even in the room anymore. She's gone. It's like, I mean, look, I can't even find her anymore. I don't think.
Yeah,
Is
she's
she
not
gone?
in here. She's gone.
No, she had an incredible story to tell, and she's gone.
Hopefully she comes back. The night is
I hope
young.
she
But
comes back.
on that note,
Yeah.
if anybody else has a UFO story,
Yeah, James is here. Oh, she'll come back. She's having to charge. Okay, that's good. As long as she has to charge her phone, that's good. I got more than one story. We're going to bring Ayesha. I think it's Ayesha. Oh, Ayesha, if you get up to 200, we got to get Ayesha up to 200. She's at 144. We have 158 people in here. Everybody follow AYESHA13. AYESHA13. I want everyone to follow her. She needs only another 80 or so people, 90 people to follow her right away. We'll get her up to 200. She has a story to tell. She's an artist, singer, actress, writer. See my work, it says on YouTube. Interesting. So I'm just reading her bio. Oh, that's what we do here, Isha. We're here to help people. You know, there's no ego in our show. You know, I'm here to elevate everybody. It's all about elevating people's frequencies and consciousness on this show. Oh, Kimberly, she's back. Okay. Kimberly,
nice.
I'm glad that nothing weird happened. She was just charging her phone. Kimberly, I thought you got beamed up into the ship.
Man, I put my thumb out last night, but they didn't take me.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you're here.
I am so happy. You know, this has happened before. It shuts me off. And they shut off our things last night. Like, I was taking a video and they shut me down.
So are you saying, when you say they, you're saying the people on the ship shut your ability to use the phone?
The beautiful
beings.
Beings, yeah.
Oh, beings. The beautiful beings turned your phone off.
Yes, and they turned our flashlights off. They turned all the electricity was...
Really?
Yes. Yep.
And this was last night?
Yes, it was.
Now, let me ask you a question before you get into the story.
Yeah.
Are you able to see what they look like?
Okay. Now,
yeah.
Bobby Dean, he actually sees better than I do live, but I will do the edits on my phone and you know, do the turn up the shadows and all that. And I'll make a copy. I'll do the original and then, you know, another one as an edit.
Give me a second. You have 825 followers.
Yes.
She is close to she's close to 900. So if I want everyone to follow her, if you're not following Kimberly, follow her right now. Every single person in this room, follow her. I want to get her up to 1,000 so she can go live. Actually, it looks like you could. Is your camera, if you use your camera, it says you can go live.
Really?
Have you tried try your camera. It says that
oh no, here we go.
Press the camera. It looks like you can do it.
I don't have one. I don't see a camera. All I see is
you don't see a camera?
Maybe if I don't know.
Everybody follow her. I want to get her up to 1,000. So there's a camera that's not blanked out. So it looks like you're able to use it.
Yeah, there'll be
Let
like
me
a
see if I,
camera icon with a line through it, and if you press
there's a
that and
line
then
through
press
it.
save, it'll
Yeah, it
turn
shows
your
a line
camera
through
on.
right now, actually. Yeah, you'll see it. It might work.
Okay, I'm trying. I'm sorry.
I could be wrong. It's showing that you do have the ability to do it.
Well, I think I can, but sometimes it just is really hard.
Yeah, so if you see like the microphone, there's like a little icon with a camera figure. If you press the camera figure, if it's not, you don't see it showing up on your screen.
I don't. There's a
Okay, don't
comment.
worry about it. It's
Okay.
showing on my screen. So everybody keep following her. We want to get her up to
Thank you so
1,000, and I'll put her on live on the video. But anyway, continue with your story.
Okay. So when we looked up, I'm sorry, hold on. What?
Tell them I went towards up the mountain towards it.
Okay, I'll get there. I'll get there, and then I'm gonna let Bobby Dean tell his story because listen, this was
Okay.
crazy last night. It was a lot to process, and
Yeah.
I'd called some friends that I'm friends with, like on here, and they really helped me through it because I was a little bit terrified, but not like
Yeah.
not terrified. It was overwhelming, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That
So
does.
I thought it was lightning, and I'm like, that's not lightning. The beautiful colors in the sky. And then we started seeing orbs. Bobby Jean was seeing, like, he saw the red, and then he'll go towards the light. He will always go towards it. So he went across the creek, up the mountain, and was headed there. If you want to tell this story, you want to tell your story, come up here. And he was headed there, and I was a little bit terrified that he would leave this world without me because I wanted to go with him, But
Yeah, of
he's
course.
gonna tell you what he saw. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're going to do that.
Okay.
And then, definitely go ahead. I want to hear a story for
Going
sure.
up the mountain, like as I got closer to it, like my legs felt like I had cinder blocks tied to them. I couldn't. I thought I was just tired, so I kind of sat there for a minute. And as I'm sitting there, I see these 3 figures. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was solid white, and probably it just looked like white suits, but they were tall, like 7 foot, maybe 8 foot. And
Wow.
but I tried to go towards it again, and it was like they shut me down. I couldn't get too close to it.
Really? The beings, these tall beings, why would did you try to
it was on top of the mountain, and like you could see the bright lights in the tops of the trees, but it wouldn't ever crest over where I could see it, and but like after I come down and everything later, it just like zapped me. I mean, I had no
we were both very exhausted.
Yeah.
Really? Did you try? Go ahead, Chezno. Go ahead.
It zapped you?
Yeah. Like I was just drained. I couldn't even like hold my arms.
No,
Wow.
not like a laser beam or anything.
No. Like my
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, I thought that's what you meant. Okay.
Oh, no. Sorry.
I was like, that's wild. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, everybody tap the screens. Let's go. We want to go up to 50, 60,000 tonight, or 100,000 on the likes. But go ahead.
But so I had yelled his name because I was like, okay, well, if he gets, abducted and I get left behind, I'm gonna be upset. I yelled his name and he came back. Now he did not tell me anything about the tall beings, okay? And we both were kind of quiet at the end of the night. And as he's up there, I'm videoing down here. They shut down my videos a couple of
Really?
Yes, and I have one that I'm really trying to process. It is just, it's a black screen and it has all these white things pop up. I know that I have to look up because there's the fog rolled in, okay, and there's colors behind the fog.
Yeah.
Well, the fog rolls in and I can feel it with, and I can see kind of vortexes like circling. But our eyes fail us all, with what they have going on and their frequencies.
And while I was up on the mountain, I I took my cell phone up there in case I wouldn't need to film something. Well, while I was up there, I pulled it out of my pocket and it was come on for a second. And I hit my camera icon button, and it just went totally blank. And I just pulled it off the phone charger. So, I mean,
wow.
Yeah, they shut it down quick. And
wow, this is crazy, man.
Yeah.
Now the beings, just let people know, they weren't grays. The beings were about 7 to 8 feet tall. They were light beings, correct?
Yeah, white. Yep.
Yeah. So light beings. Did you say white or light beings? Like light, like radiant?
Yeah, like white
Both.
suits. Kind of.
They're both radiant, and they're wearing white spacesuits. So any comments about them being grays? They're not grays. These are 7 to 8 feet tall beings, humanoid, in a light being and in spacesuits, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that I want to make clear of who they are. So I'm listening to everything you're saying. Now the question is, have you tried to use your consciousness to communicate with them telepathically?
Well,
yet?
okay, yes, we actually did that CB5 or what
CU5, yes.
yeah, we did that a while back, and I told Baba G, and I said, we asked for this a while back. And I feel like maybe I wasn't quite prepared to communicate with them when they showed up.
And they showed up, and you weren't ready. You didn't know they were going to. That's the thing with the space people. They'll show up when you least expect it. So that's probably what happened. How are you now? Are you feeling like a little more? Are you trying to get assimilated to them being there? And I have a feeling you're going to have a lot more contact.
Yeah, the ship was up there for what, probably almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I mean, where it was at, there's no way, like a electric company, utility company.
Right.
No, it was them. It was them. But when you talk about assimilating, absolutely. Like we talked about it today. I mean, we both had to go our separate ways and just think about it all day. And then we came back together, and I was like, we're gonna follow them.
Right.
I was upset with myself. I didn't go with him up there, and we talked about we're gonna continue to do what we're doing and just enjoy the fact that they show up,
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't been, doing it long, but like my first few times it terrified me, but like now, I mean, they're as curious as I am about them, so it doesn't.
Oh yeah. I got a feeling for you two, they want to learn more about you. I think as I'm learning about your story, I can envision who they are. They're very high frequency beings, for sure. They are very advanced. But I think there's going to be a time when you will be allowed to. You can tell them to do whatever they're doing. Tell them that they don't need to do that. You need to talk to them telepathically and say, whatever you're doing, you don't need to do. We'd like to get to know you. Can we come closer? We're good humans, and we'd like to meet you. And I think
that's sorry. I think that's one of the reasons why they're letting you see them. I think they're comfortable in front of you, and you didn't attempt to shoot them down or narc them out.
Right.
Like you're respect them, and I think they respect that about you. So maybe they'll let you see them more.
Yeah, I think so.
Absolutely hope so, and we're excited. If I get 1,000 followers, I promise.
We'll definitely
let me see where you are. Let me take a look here.
We will share it.
I'm actually. She's at 862, folks. So we have 192 people. If you're not following Kimberly, please follow her now. Let's get her up to 900. We'll be close to 1,000. We want to get up to 1,000. I want to do that tonight.
Thank you.
So
Also,
we're going to make it happen.
What kind of crystals are you using? Because we are finding lots in this riverbed.
You're finding crystals in the riverbed.
Yes.
That's interesting. What kind of crystals are you finding in the riverbed?
Well, there's white quartz. There's oh my gosh. There's lots. There's there's gold too here.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? The ship is attracted to the frequency energy from those crystals. I bet you in the mountain there's a lot of crystal energy in there.
Yes, bedrock, black sand, and white quartz. All you need to find gold.
Yep, that's what it is. Well, that's part of the reason. You're the main reason, but the other part is there's a high frequency energy coming from that area in the mountain, and that is really kind of amazing. A matter of fact, some of the crystals, I mean, I have lots of, I'm not in the meditation room. This is going to be the meditation room that I'm in now. It's in another room where everything is. Here's one of my crystals. You can't really see it, but it's a cathedral. Well, you can see it a little bit through the screen here. Let me see if I can bring it out a little bit to the
Yeah,
edge.
I can see it. We have lots of those.
Yes. Yeah, so I have a lot of ET crystals. I have I have three apophyllite crystals that are very high frequency for extraterrestrial contact. Here it is. Here's a
I've never seen
apophyllite.
one of those. You know, we have those. So we have the ringing rocks that I had mentioned. That's beautiful. The ringing rocks, the high frequency rocks that man, they're everywhere here. They're
Hmm.
they're absolutely incredible. And
I would
whenever
say and when we're
go ahead.
talking, Kimberly, I would say to all 189 people, if you have a crystal shop anywhere in your state, get apophyllite. If they're not big crystals, get a lot of apophyllite. Put it everywhere and anywhere in your house. In your meditation, get apophyllite. Apophyllite is an extremely high frequency crystal for star connections with star contact. I'm very tuned in. Apophyllite, yes, it's apophyllite. Everybody should get it. Whoever you are, if you're new to this thing, I can teach you what apophyllite does. It's like moldavite. Apophyllite's a clear crystal. They're found in India, in a certain part of India, but they're from space. These crystals are very, very high transmitter crystals and receiver crystals. Teresa. So, yeah, moldavite's very expensive. Get Tektite, which is another ET crystal, Tektite, and also apophyllite. The moldavite's going to be way expensive now because they just went up years ago. They're very expensive and hard to find. But go ahead, Kimberly.
It's funny, he found a clear crystal.
Tektite, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and it's I don't know. I feel like, maybe people aren't looking, you know. Um,
yep,
and they don't look like that whenever you pull them out of the earth.
yeah. They look different.
Right. And so we're
They're
doing the
more
wrong
they're more
thing.
natural. The energy comes. The crystal out of the earth is way more powerful because it hasn't been polished or anything. But yeah, you're right about that. So
Black
these people,
obsidian. Yeah.
like obsidian. So the contact. You mentioned something about the giant people, which got me going here. What about the giants?
He saw them being 7 to 8 feet tall. I feel like when I saw them in my camera, of course, I wasn't looking up enough.
Wait a
Um,
minute.
yeah.
Could you put him on? He saw giants. What he calls giants.
Yeah.
That's
That wasn't the
awesome.
one. So let's talk about the giants. What did they look like?
Well, they were the same beings. I mean,
Oh, the same thing.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
okay. So giants would be like Wing Street Giants, the ones that they're showing on some documentaries of being like as big as a house. But so I guess in a sense, 7 to 8 feet tall would be considered a giant. But the
Right.
light beings, okay.
You have to consider that. I mean, they're not like flesh, like flesh and bone. They're
Right.
very,
They look kind of like puffy, if you will, like
yeah, kind of
suits and stuff.
puffy
Looks like they've
suits,
been.
Uh,
and I mean, they're thick and they are tall
yeah.
and they,
They weren't aggressive or like.
not
They
aggressive.
were kind of
No.
nonchalantly, not really coming at me too fast, but I went ahead and come down the mountain when I couldn't walk no further up because my legs didn't
Yeah.
work. I went ahead and come down the mountain while I
Have you ever
could.
tried
Right.
feeding them, like leaving like a bag of apples out in your backyard?
No, and I'll tell you that, living here this is where the Trail of Tears ended, okay? And so,
Yeah.
a lot of native culture here, and
Mhm.
offerings are a big deal. Um, you know, to have a gift and to see things, you have to have an offering. So Bigfoot, they tend not to we don't offer food because then they expect it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then you've created a monster, really.
Yeah.
But
I can gather. Yeah.
I have a fort that I gifted Bigfoot. I built
Hmm.
it, and we exchange gifts. Now I don't regularly attend that, but I built it, and I had a flat basketball left there, So
Wow.
as far as you know, the alien or the beings, I think
Yeah.
if we found gold, we would offer it to them.
Yeah.
Does that
Do you
make
think
sense?
do you think they care about whether you have gold or not? Or I think they're more interested in the both of you in terms of in human interaction more than anything else.
Well, I mean, it might take gold to hang out with me. Bobby Dean gets a little sick of me.
Hmm.
Here, you want to hang out? I mean, it's like an hors d'oeuvre, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'd be kind of curious to the point. I think you're going to have a lot of contacts with them. I read energy and I read your story. I see the suits that they wear. They're like when you say puffy suits, almost like not like a NASA spacesuit, but definitely a space suit. And they are radiant beings in like a glowing white, so to speak. I believe in their ship there are both sexes, men and women on their ship. I don't know if you saw both of the type sexes from their ship, but I believe there is that going on as well.
I did not.
Okay.
He didn't, and I didn't. But I
Okay.
did see the other thing that I saw was the projection.
Yep.
Yeah, they were projecting like it was like a halogen, or no, not a halogen, a holographic. You know,
Holographic. Yeah, holographic. It's like a holographic room, like in Star Trek. They go into a holograph, and the room has a creation of a thing, and they go in there and they come back into they're on the ship. They go out of the holograph and they're back on the deck.
yeah, along with the orbs.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's my story.
That's a great
Very
story.
interesting. Very cool.
And very cool story. And my shows are recorded, so this is not recorded, but it's going to be on YouTube by tomorrow or even after the show's over. Um, there are some people asking questions for you. How do we know we are chosen with ET beings? CJS. Kimberly, you want to kind of mention? I mean, you're having your contacts right now.
Right.
If
Well,
you don't feel you can, go ahead.
I can. I mean, I never knew that I was. I had 3 experiences before I actually knew that that's what it was.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a matter of paying attention. I don't know. So the first experience I had, I was alone on a boat on the lake. But when I had the big experience with the Grays, that
Yeah.
was a friend of mine in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Um,
Okay.
that was the white light that came in, the brightest light I've ever seen, and I've got 3 of them in front of me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, hi, that was the one that kind of freaked me out a bit. And
Mm-hmm.
then as I reflected back, I was like, oh, I thought it was just a drone on the lake, you know.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I think it's just a part of like putting it all together and paying attention to it.
Right. So you went from the Zeta to where you are now in this other state to space beings that are 7 or 8 feet tall, what I call very highly high frequency vibrational beings. You went from that to that. That's pretty crazy,
Right.
You really have. It's really, you elevated from them to where you are now, the ones that are more spiritually highly evolved beings from another frequency.
But I think it's just a matter of being curious and understanding and
Yeah.
knowing and then I mean, I do meditate. Um, I have a hard time with channeling. I don't know. But I
Yeah,
do.
don't even worry about channeling. Just
Yeah.
focus on real contact, like you're doing with these people. That's better than any kind of channeling will ever
Yeah.
be, because you're now communicating with real beings. Don't ever try to channel. Just try to learn telepathy, because they're conscious in what they do is they're telepathic. Most of the star people, they can communicate verbally, but most of the star people are telepathic. So what they do is, if I send a thought to you, and I do it right now. I'm going to send one. Close your eyes. I'm going to send you a thought. I want to see if you catch it. Clear your mind. I'm going to use one word. I'll say it 2 times. What did I say?
Are you asking? Who are you asking?
Take it. I'm asking Kimberly. Take your time.
I don't.
I'll do it. I'm going to do it one more. I'm going to do it. I'm going to really send it out in my consciousness to you, like bam. Okay, I stopped saying it. You might not be able to pick it up. You might. I'm just trying to teach you how to be telepathic.
Okay. I didn't get it. I don't. I.
I
That's
got
okay.
crystal.
I was
Nope.
kind of nervous.
I,
I
I,
was
I,
seeing contact.
nope. I said spaceship, spaceship, spaceship.
You said one word.
Well, spaceship is a word. Spaceship. You can separate
Space
it or make it one
ship.
word. I made it one word. See, the commander
Okay.
changes the definition of making words, so I said spaceship is one word.
Okay.
It's
Well.
okay, you didn't get it, but I'm just saying that essentially learn how to be telepathic. We all have that ability. Everybody does. It's not, exclusive. It's inclusive to everybody. So when they communicate, when you see them again, ask a question in your consciousness of them, and they'll respond. You'll hear them because you're right there with them. You'll be able to hear them.
Well. Again, I just hope everyone gets an experience like that. It was absolutely incredible.
It was an incredible story. I hope everybody does have an experience like that. That's an amazing story.
Yeah.
Hey, Kimberly, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
I think John Connors, I saw him in here somewhere, popping in here. So we're going to see if we can get him on.
Yeah,
And
awesome story, Kim. Thanks for sharing.
Kim, thank you so much. That was some of the best stuff I've heard in a while. Let's see here. Let me see if John Connors might be out. He might have popped in here. I don't see him in here. We'll try to see if I can message him. I think he's around. I'll just say, we are here. We are here. Here. I just sent it to him now. If I see him pop in here, I will put him on live. My friend and brother of light, John. Yeah, John is okay. He popped in here. So I know it's early evening. It's 11 here, 10. Let's see. It's 9 o'clock where he is. So we'll see if he pops. If I see him, boop, pop in here, I'm putting him on. I'll get John Connors in here for sure. And while we're waiting, I just think that was a great story. It really talks a lot about, I don't know if Kimberly had any missing time or anything. That would have been, I don't think they did, but I'm not sure that they had any missing time regarding what had happened there. You're watching Encounters. We're at 47,000. Let's get over 60,000, 100,000 likes. We can do it. Let's bust the charts. Last night we had 80,000 likes. I want to go
100,000.
We had 100,000?
Last night was 100.
100,000. So let's go for another 100,000. Let's just do it. It's good to see our shows becoming popular after, it's a lot of work to do what I'm doing here, but I'm committed to it. Just like 20 years on a radio station and the Pacifica station, I spent 20 years on there, and I'm committed to doing this for another 1,000 years. Not 1,000 years, but I'm committed to doing what I'm doing here. And this is really the only, what I would call on social media, an actual talk show. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube, but they're not doing what we're doing. We've made contact with Godico, and we're going to continue making contact. I'm hoping once I have my radio here with John on, we're going to be able to simultaneously be on the same frequency and see if we amplification of frequency allows for that communications to get higher. It's about 11:06 on I almost said Friday night, on a Saturday night, and it's a 3-day weekend for a lot of people. If you're a working person, you're probably happy to have 3 days off on the planet, wherever you are. So it's good to have everybody with us here, and we love hearing your stories. If you have a story to tell regarding contact, we're always interested in hearing from folks around the world, like Kimberly. Wonderful story. I saw one over a radio, I think, off on Tuesday. Let's see. I saw one over a radio tower. Let's see here. I'm just looking at some of the comments here to see where we're going. Welcome, Teresa, to the show. Okay, for a second I thought I heard something. It's probably just me. No, John is back. He's not blocked. He's back on TikTok. So we're looking forward, and we're pleased that everybody did what they did last night to help support getting him back on. Ex-Spiritual, welcome to the show. So we're glad to have you all on. The new people, do Mars people visit Earth? I would say possibly. Um, I think mostly they're more focused on their planetary system on Mars and their life on Mars. They do have the ability to travel to other planets. In terms of traveling to Earth, I'm sure they do from time to time come to the planet. Hey, Tiffany, welcome. Oh, are you losing power or am I? What's going on here?
I think that was one of my devices.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was my headphone set.
Yeah, sorry.
Would it be cool to go to Mars in 2050? Well, Earth powers the Earth government will not be able to go to Mars because Mars has a inhabitancy of 10 to 15 million. The Martian people will not allow their planet to be colonized, or what so to speak. So that won't be happening. Uh, Although they like to do that, the Earth powers that space exploration plans think they're going to go to all these planets in the solar system. Hey, friends of Prairie, and they're going to go and colonize all these planets. It's just not going to happen, you know.
Friends with
It just
Fairies
won't.
has a lot of epic stories. You would have
Oh
loved
yeah,
Kimberly's story about Bigfoot.
yeah. Her Bigfoot story, and also the other night they had a ship on top of a mountain and three tall beings, 7 to 8 feet tall, that were in spacesuits. Very, very interesting. I have some info for you. Grace, I'm going to bring Grace on and see what, and she's part of our Ashtar Command C5 group. Chezno is too. We'll bring Grace on here. I think I pressed the right button. Yeah, we're going to get her on here. This is Encounters. I'm CmdrAleon, the man from Mars. I work as a conscious. I work consciously with the Ashtar Command before
Hey
there was any
guys.
internet.
Hey,
Hey,
Grace.
hello. I'm also a Christ. I'm also a conduit for the Christ consciousness, cosmic Christ consciousness, a contactee, and I'm also a coordinator with Greg and Elaine, who are not on TikTok, with our C5 group, and also Chezno and Grace are part of that group as well here in New England. So, Grace, I hear you've got some news for us,
Yeah, I
info.
have some interesting news to share with you guys. So Rich was out the other night and he met a gentleman who worked for NASA.
Really?
Yeah, and for some reason he was just telling Richard about, he was giving him information. And I said, well, what was his name? And Rich couldn't remember. But anyway, he was saying that a lot of the craft that people are seeing all over the world is government.
I thought that
Well, that
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
Some of
lot of
it,
there.
not all of
Some
it.
of it.
He was
No,
saying, he was telling Rich, and I said, what? I don't know. I mean,
well, we already know that our government has reverse engineered craft, but he says a lot of it. I don't believe that. From his perspective,
yeah,
from
I
his
don't
background,
know how much of what he was saying was accurate, but I feel
yeah.
like that was. And Rich, what else was the guy talking about?
I think a lot of them are told to tell people that
NASA.
Right,
also.
Met the
Did
other
I
day.
right.
met the other day? He said, what did he say?
That most of the UFOs that
Oh, they're all ours.
craft are all ours.
Well, I say don't believe that. That's a lie. If he's telling you that, it's missing.
Reverse engineer.
99.9% of them are
99.9%.
Don't believe the NASA guy. He's lying to you. The truth is there is reverse engineered craft, but that 99.9% is. I read energy. The guy is lying to you.
A lot
He's
of them
lying.
change, they shift dimensions too, and human
Yeah.
bodies cannot change dimensions either. Like, there's
Yeah,
just
don't
no
trust anybody.
possible way.
And the
It's
one thing
just,
you
you have to
shouldn't
be a
do,
light being.
yeah, don't trust anybody from NASA, from the DO. Yeah. Don't. I'm telling you right now, coming from my background, I
Yeah.
do not. I wouldn't trust anything that guy says.
I don't trust.
Yeah.
Listen, what did dad used to say all the time? Trust half of what you see, none of what you hear, half of what you see, and then what was it? How the rest of that go? You remember? I'm at my sister's, so.
You know what? If I had met that NASA guy, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, he would have been.
If I met him, I would have read his energy, and I would say, "Stop lying. Tell me the truth. What do you really know?"
He had radar for Richard because for some reason he just started gabbing and he just started like, it was rolling off of his tongue. And I said to Rich, I wish I was there because I would have really questioned him.
Oh yeah, I would have.
I'm hoping
Yeah.
that we could talk more. And all
Let
of
me
a
tell you something. That's right. Somebody just said, who said it in the chat here? Who said it? Johnny Miller said it. Commander would have busted his matrix.
Yeah, you
Let me tell you
Johnny
something.
boy. Johnny knows the deal.
I'm so amped up, Grace. If I had met him, he would have been like not knowing what to say anymore. He would have been so quiet after I busted his matrix. He wouldn't have been working for NASA anymore. I tell you, he would have been like, "Wait a minute, who is this guy? Who's this person?"
NASA retired. I don't think he worked.
Oh, yeah, he's retired.
NASA
Busted
well.
his matrix. That's
No, he doesn't work.
fantastic.
I love it. We'll bust his matrix.
You're hilarious.
Commander say no.
He said no. He said don't believe
No, I
it.
said don't believe him. I read the energy. The person's not telling you the truth.
Listen, I don't really know how I feel about any of what they talk about, or listen, you want to hope that they have some kind of real,
Let's put it this way. I'm going to tell you the truth. The government has reverse engineered craft, but they don't have 99.9% of the craft in the sky as all theirs. That's the lie. That's the problem. Even he's retired, he's lying.
99.9%
That
the
would
things
be
they
almost.
say are
It
lies.
would almost have to be 100% of the craft.
He would be like out, and like someone would just walk up to him and start having that conversation and
Well,
trying
if
to
he-
convince him.
Right, but the thing is, I would have been in his face and said, "No, it's not 99. I don't care if you work for NASA or
I
the
would have been
president
right
of the
behind
White
you.
House."
We would have had this dude
No.
cornered.
He would have been cornered.
I would have loved to have been
He
there.
would have
That
been
would be
cornered with me.
that would have been awesome.
The commander would have had him shaking in his boots.
Hell yeah.
I'm like right now. I'm like thinking he's right here with me. I'm looking at his face and I'm looking right at him. You said 99.9% of the craft are ours. Are you lying? Yes, you are. Now what do you want to tell me? You're retired. You signed an agreement not to tell the truth, so you did it.
If that's 99% of the craft that are ours is in his mind, because there's a lot of that's out there that they can't prove, nor do they want to disclose. I mean, now, did you guys just hear about that piece of aircraft they found that
What
washed up?
piece?
The piece of aircraft, it was an aircraft. They're saying that was in the Malaysia flight. That
I don't believe. Let me tell you about the Malaysia
part of the
flight.
plane washed up on
Okay.
somewhere out in
Yeah, that's fake.
What news channel told you that? What news channel told you that?
Actually, I
that?
did not read any news channel. I did see a video on some debris that washed up in the
Let me get into that. When that happened, I did a whole radio show about that on WESU. I want to tell people the truth about the Malaysian flight. I was in contact with a person on YouTube who actually had the radar tracking the night it actually happened. He had all the recorded radar tracking. If you look, the radar tracking was blanked out. It was changed. The original radar tracking, I should have saved it. It showed the Malaysian flight going over the water. Then it showed another jet following it and speeding up. And then it showed the icon of two jets turning into disc-shaped UFOs in gold, circular gold. From the original flight radar. I remember this. I did an interview with the person who was on YouTube who broke the story that wasn't in the major news media. Here's the truth. The Australian government tried for months after it happened to tell us that this is part of the records. Oh, this is not part of the records. Whatever they're bringing up out of the water, saying the flight for the Malaysian flight is a lie. It's a cover-up. There is no flight in the water. That particular flight, and I'm telling you the truth. You want to know the truth? I've never said this before, but I did a whole show about it. When that week it happened, that airline jet was taken into a bigger ship. It was taken out of the planet. It was taken into another frequency. Those people are still alive. I don't know where they are, but they never crashed that flight. It never landed on an island in a military base. Anything you see on YouTube or anything regarding they found a part of the jet is a lie. It's a cover-up. It's not true. It really isn't true. Don't believe it, Grace.
It's like a Twilight Zone episode.
It's an absolute lie that they're telling people now. So if they want to, they're trying to come up with an answer to cover it up and make people believe, oh, it was just, it really did crash. And we found a part of the jet. It's a lie, people. They're lying. I'm glad you said you got me amped up here on this. I know the truth. I remember the week it happened. I interviewed the person that was showing the video. The day it happened had the original video, and then the flight radar tracking system changed the video not to show it. They took it out. They doctored it. This is 100% true. I know this for a fact. Do not believe whatever that channel is or whatever they're telling you. It's a lie. The
We're
whole
like a
thing's a lie.
spectacle to like Grace's family.
You're being
We're like
lied to. It's a good thing I'm here, Grace, because I don't want you to be duped into believing that. It's a lie.
Okay, you could shut it, honey. We just got here we're on Long Island, Commander.
Oh, you are?
Your old stomping grounds.
Well, if you're on the water, there's a lot of UFO sightings down in eastern Long Island.
We were actually out in Orient, and I was looking at the sky. It's pitch black tonight, the sky.
Yeah. If you do a C5 on the water there, you'll have some contact.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to go out. Actually, I could put my coat on and go outside right now because it's extremely dark in the backyard.
Are you on a beach area or are you in inland?
We're not very far from the water. We're not super close to the water though. But we're on Long Island, so there's water all around us.
What you want to do is take your car, go right to the water, and walk into the water with your camera. I'm just kidding.
This guy.
I'm just kidding, Grace. We don't want you guys to do that.
He said that so seriously. That was great.
I'm gonna go out right now with Draco.
Yeah, good.
I'm gonna check for a UFO craft flying above. Yeah. So there's been a lot of interesting kind of topics. Now I'm not sure if you guys saw that orb that was floating around, the black orb.
Where's this? Where was this?
I think it was somewhere in Moscow.
Moscow.
With the yellow writing on it. I think UFO God had that video.
Oh, interesting.
People were saying it looked like a Pac-Man. It had some type of yellow.
I've seen that. Mm-hmm.
It just looked like it was floating through the air. It was blowing up and then moving backwards and moving forward. Then it was turning.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about that. I heard it could be a drone or
to me, like a drone. It looked like it was moving like a drone. That's what it reminded me of.
Epstein said true. People said they saw writing on yellow on it.
Yeah, there was writing on it, and UFOs do not have like drawings, or like if they did, it'd be like hieroglyphics. Like, and it wasn't that. This was clearly like an Earth-based sign on it. It just, I don't believe it. It wasn't an ET.
Yeah, it kind of reminded in the footage that I saw, it reminded me almost of a window, but I couldn't see it well enough to really identify whether or not it was writing or they
see, because they know we're all one. They don't need to put markers on it because to them it's irrelevant. It's just we're all the same.
They know who I am. Who knows who I am? Opal Star. Opal Star wrote because they know who you are, Grace. I mean, I feel like that's potential. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, but who do you mean they? I like be more specific because I don't like speculating and like saying they. I kind of want to touch in with, and a lot of negativity is like hopping around the TikTok right now on space contact and things like that from space beings. And it can be terrifying, actually. Some of it is terrifying. And I just choose not to go there. I don't want to be in that space. I want to rise above that and fly above that.
Right on.
Because I kind of, it's like, it's definitely the kind of thing where you are, we're all involved in this and we're like a community, and you start to get the similar, like what you post about and what you talk about, basically you get set up in the algorithm to get, any of those things and anything regarding UFOs come to you and in the feed. And some of the stuff I've been seeing out there is terrifying. So I wanted to mention that, to everyone, just use discernment. I know I say this all the time, but I really feel it's important that we use discernment and we, not to get caught up and go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. So, the thing is with contact, one of the things I've learned as a contactee you could if your vibration is up in a high frequency and you use discernment, there's nothing to be scared of. If you're not used to this whole thing and you don't know what you're looking at or what's going on, people should use, whenever I'm making contact, whenever we do a C5, we do a spiritual meditation. Always we do a Christed meditation, and that is one of the things I teach people. Is if there's a lot of people out there that want to have a contact. I hear it all the time. But no, you just want to have a contact. You got to know who you're contacting and who's contacting you. So you need to,
It's so true.
People need to learn how to do cosmic Christed meditations when they're doing contact. This way, you're not going to be contacted by somebody of a low vibrational pattern. For me, on my connections with Kadar Manka, I have a telepathic communications. I know who I'm contacting. I know the frequencies they're at. A lot of people are just like, well, I want to have a contact. I want to see something. No, you have to learn things first. You have to learn to, take baby steps. And then you have to learn to figure out how to meditate in a frequency that is of a high vibrational pattern and block out anything that is not going to be of the highest good. You need to be able to do that.
I agree with you, Commander, because I, for one, have always felt that way about my life, period. And when I first started doing the CE5s, I started doing CE5s myself way before I met, you guys.
Right, that's right.
Started doing that here, in our area, and I never feel fear. I never feel intimidated or fear. It always is an awesome experience.
Right.
I come away feeling elated, actually.
Yeah.
And high, and it feels so good. But if I hear things that are negative, that are like we're going to be under attack and that we're going to be eaten, and I mean, I'm really crazy.
But you know what, Grace? I don't even take time to even listen to that. See, the thing is, they're there, but we have a choice whether we take a look at what they're doing or not look at what they're doing. That's a free will choice. My choice is I skip all the negative ET stuff on TikTok and on YouTube. I don't even want to hear it. It's not even my consciousness. You just have to learn not to look at it. Don't even look at it.
Only because I've studied the paranormal and I've done work in the paranormal and worked around my field with iconography. I've met that type of people that do these types of things.
In that field, you would, yeah. In that field, yeah.
And it's extremely, and there are even people on that side within our realm, like ufologists are, for the most part, scientists, though, they don't talk fear-based stuff.
Right.
They go for the science.
Fear is an illusion. Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like it's a trickster, we start to talk about microchipping and how the government's microchipping us.
Yeah, we don't
I
even
just
get
feel
into
like
that.
that's just all, and these are things that are very real out here, and we have to discuss it. I think it's a good idea to discuss it, and also to get your insight too, Commander.
Right, to a point. So I met some people, former CIA agent at a UFO conference many years ago in Connecticut, and another person, and he showed a display of him and a surgeon that specifically took out implants on people. He showed me implants that were on people's eyes, in their bodies. They took them out. These people who were abducted, they took the implants out. He had worked for the CIA. He spoke publicly at the conference. I sat down with him personally. He showed me, he had the box of all the displays of all the implants that they had taken out of people. And the thing is, people that get implanted are implanted because they don't know, who they're dealing with, whether it be government doing it or whether it be lower vibrational ETs doing it. My thoughts on that are, if you learn how to operate in a Christed frequency of light where you're protected, and not everybody knows how to do it, but if you learn how to protect yourself and do that and focus on doing that, you will not be there won't be any vibrational lower being that can actually take a spaceship from this particular realm, come to your house and start implanting you. That only happens with people that have no way of knowing, honestly, what to do. These people are just regular people. that are being taken and implanted because they don't have that context of understanding that I'm speaking about, and nor would they. I mean, if someone comes from another planet in our solar system of a lower vibrational pattern, says we're going to take this person and do whatever, what are they going to do? They don't have any idea what to do, right? So my teachings, being that I worked with the Ashtar Command for many years, and I'm very much connected with the Ashtar Command, which is very Christed high frequency levels. I teach people how to do that. I teach people, even on here on my show, if you're not knowing what to do, the first thing you want to do is put a bubble of protection around your home. Wherever you are, put a bubble of protection around you. A frequency of protection so high that no lower vibrational pattern of any ET can interfere with you. All right. And if you do that, just focus on that. Don't, if you see things on YouTube, and there are thousands upon thousands of people out there that do stuff that is, and then even on TikTok, if there are people out there showing negative ET stuff, bypass it. It's not to be uneducated or unaware of it, but why even put yourself in that energy? I tell people, why even go there?
It's very, very true. I mean, it's, for me, it's the how they say that old saying, the curiosity killed the cat.
Right.
In a sense, it's like that, you get curious, you want to dive in, you want to listen, and then it gets rapidly dangerous and preposterous, and it starts to get its claws into you.
Right.
And this is the part that really is, it takes courage to just keep flipping, and not go back.
Right. Well, the thing is, what you say about the courage, all it takes is making a decision, which is courage. But when you make a decision to never ever allow yourself to look at those things, you've made the right decision. I'm not saying that to ignore it, but why do you even have to put yourself in there? There are people out there, I'm sure there's a lot of millions of people that go on YouTube, on different things, on TikTok or whatever, and someone posts on a thing, some negative scenario with ETs or whatever, and they show you this is what's going to happen, how they're going to eat us all up and they're going to gobble humanity up. Now, you have a choice to make, with your curiosity. You have a choice whether you go back and get addicted to that energy, or whether you choose to be strong enough and say, no, this is not the way it's going to be. You have to make that choice. My choice many years ago, I've never had a negative experience in 99% of my life. Never. Because I didn't come from here. I came from a higher frequency. I couldn't speak as a baby like I'm talking now. But all my encounters on the space level have always been with beings that are Christed beings of light. And here's one of them right here, named James.
Yeah, and you know what, Commander? I feel like it's so important to, well, for me, like personally, I'm a researcher and educator.
Right.
So I will look at all of the info, all the data, collect data, and then do the analysis on the data.
Yeah.
And then, come up with a hypothesis. So at this point, what happens is, I know better. I know to stand in my conviction. So it's standing in your conviction and knowing where you come from and where you are going to be as a human being on the planet, and not to, it's dangerous sometimes to get caught up in some of these conspiracy theories.
The cat's face.
Oh, baby.
She came here.
Oh, she's so cute.
I'm giving her kisses.
Cutie.
She wants to get down.
She wants to. She just wanted to come say hello.
She's so.
We got the whole crew here tonight.
I was, Chenzo, I've been sitting here quietly. I didn't want to chime in because Grace and Commander were going, and I said, "Look at us! It's like the old Rat Pack back together again."
Yeah, it is. Right?
I wanted to do an intro. Can I do an intro for you, Commander?
Yeah,
you would have to. We expect it.
Are you ready?
Missy's here listening too.
Ladies and gentlemen, straight from Mars, he's a man busting the Matrix. It's CmdrAleon.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Hey everybody, this is CmdrAleon. You're tuning into Encounters, a show that's out of this world.
This dude is hilarious.
That's a great. I like it. It's good. Welcome to the show. James is here tonight. We have Chezno. Skip just got on here. I'm here, and welcome to the show. You thought you were watching us before, but now we're here again.
Hey, I gotta ask you a question. What happened with Shy?
I don't know. I've been trying to reach
she
her.
In here?
Why? Is she supposed to be?
I haven't seen her forever.
Oh, I didn't. I came in earlier. You guys were talking about something, and you said, "Oh, she'll be back." I don't know who you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Shy because she literally messaged me as soon as I got into the chat. I sent Chezno a message that she's supposed to be calling me tonight.
Yeah, I saw that. I was looking forward to the response.
I would like to have her on before the end of the weekend. I mean,
I just shared the live to her. I'm gonna jump off because I can't get calls while I'm on the live.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna give her a few minutes because we're supposed to be chatting right around now, but she might be running a little late, so I'll jump back on as I can.
So as soon as she's able to chat, tell her I want to have her on live right now. Shy is our Department of Defense contact. She has top security clearance. If we get her on now, we've got many months we haven't had her on here. She's got probably plenty of stuff on the ET level to tell us about. And it's all being all top secret stuff that nobody knows about, not even the networks. So we're going to hopefully, so James is going to try to make contact. Again, possibly Shy is going to join us. We'll find out hopefully in about 10 or 15 minutes. And if you've not heard of Shy, I just want to explain and educate some people on encounters. I'm your host, CmdrAleon. We're at 57,000. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. Everybody tap the screen. We have 194, almost 200 people here. We can make it happen. Please share only with people that you feel are open-minded. Share with people that you know that are not going to be, trolls or anything. So if you have people in your friends list here on TikTok you think should be here, let them know about the show. We welcome everybody here as long as they don't troll or cause problems. So this is Encounters. Please share and like. And also we want to get to 100,000 likes tonight. I think we can do it. We'll be on till about 1 a.m. So this is a nice Christmas Saturday night show. So we'll see if Shy comes in. If she does, we're going to have top secret information for you here on the show that we haven't had for a couple of months. And congratulations, we got John Connors back on TikTok with video privileges. Opal Star, he was on your live, I guess, if Opal Star is still there. I guess he was on Opal Star's morning program. So that was good. And so we're glad to see that. Is anybody hearing any cars going by? Is there cars going by, Chezno?
It's probably me. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm very sensitive to sound. I have my earpods on here, so I hear everything. I mean, our new kitty's named Angel. Good. Well, my cat loved her. She put her head up when we were on the screen there before. She seems to like going on TikTok with me. So once in a while, I'll pick her up and put her on the screen. And she's neat. She's also a high frequency cat too, so she's really good.
High frequency cat, I love it.
Okay, so what Froggy says, I have a lot of Christian friends, but they don't get it, so I'm not sharing. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Froggy. So it's just a beautiful thing. I got everything set up here on my crystals, and that's just to amp up the energy. I'm not gonna, if I say the word to the amp here, it'll make the other one go off. It'll wake my wife up, so I don't want to do that, which would not be a good thing. So it's good to have everybody here. You're watching Encounters. We have Grace here, Chezno. James is just on here. He's supposed to have contact with our DOD contact, and hopefully we'll have her on. Johnny Miller is one of our new moderators, and we're happy to have him as a moderator. All our moderators on here are great for the show. We keep this show. Every once in a blue moon, something sneaks in here, but we try to block everything that's negative out of here. We don't let it happen.
Yeah, pretty angel chanting is good for meditation, definitely.
Yeah, most definitely. And everybody should get apophyllite too. I have apophyllite crystals.
I share with you guys. Oh my God, Chezno. So this was the other thing that this guy was saying. Okay, so there was a time travel machine that the Germans were building and working on.
I'll be right back.
And somehow it found its way and crashed in the United States, and now we have it. And this guy was talking about it. So Rich and I went on last night. All right, so you know the Encounter show that you watched, that with the guy with the big hair, the Greek guy?
Yes, and I love that guy. His name is Giorgio something.
Yeah, Giorgio. Okay, so we found a show on that topic, and you're never going to believe the shape of the craft that they were talking about, the time travel craft or whatever it is they were using. It's the shape of a stupa.
No way.
I was like, my mind was blown when
Wow.
they did an entire segment on the stupa and the shape and what it would look like. And I thought we were just having this conversation.
Yeah. Synchronicities.
I was just loving it because, okay, guys, so in the chat, so you know what we're talking about. A stupa is a ancient practice in the Buddhist tradition where they build a structure that's large on the bottom, small in the middle, and smaller on the top. So it almost looks like a 3-tier cake. And then on the top, it has a point. So we were just, and we were just discussing this in my live the other day about David Bowie and how he was going to become Buddhist, and he was going to commit his life when he was young to Buddhism. And one of the lamas said to him, you have too much talent. You need to go in the, you thought I said soup? Yeah, no, stupa, S-T-U-P-A. And that's so funny, yeah. And he said, no, you would need to go out into the world and you need to bring your, talent to the world. You have too much inside of you to give. And he went on to become, our David Bowie, right? And then when David Bowie passed, my friend and I were trying to figure out what to do for him, as a commemoration of his passing. And we decided to talk to my Buddhist friend who is, very close to Tibet and the Buddhist traditions. And he said, you should build a stupa. So we built a stupa and we did a ceremony for him in the woods. And it's a long story. And Chezno and I were talking about it the other night in my live, and I brought up the stupa idea. So now, Commander, did you hear anything I said about the stupa?
No, what'd you say? I was in the other room for a minute.
Do you know what a stupa is?
No.
Okay.
I've heard the word, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, stupa is like an ancient, to make like an elevator speech, it's like a headstone for the dead in the Buddhist tradition.
Okay, yeah, that I know. I've seen those on documentaries.
So now there are, it has actually been replicated in many, many, many ways, but it turns out that during the war, Adolf Hitler was extremely invested in building this time machine, and apparently it somehow ended up in the United States. It crashed, and we retrieved it somehow, and we have it, and it's in the shape of a stupa. And the technology is said to be like this layer cake vibe where it spins and travels through dimensions. And and this gentleman that Richard met the other night working for NASA, sort of like a Bell. He said that we're still doing heavy duty work on that. And I just thought that was interesting, very interesting.
Well, that part I think is true.
Yeah.
But you have the other stuff about the 99% of everything being ours is not true. There's a little bit of truth in what he said. That part I do believe.
And I don't know what his position was actually, so because you never know where they are. They could be just hearsayers, they're working in an office somewhere and they get that trickled down data, that comes, and we don't really know. Somebody said Kraken says in the chat, Stuka dive bombers used by the exactly. Yeah,
Hitler definitely knew a lot of stuff. Antarctica too, as well. A lot of reverse engineered and bases I heard.
Yeah.
And I heard he fled to Argentina as well. That he didn't really.
And
Well,
I
who
heard
knows?
that the Germans were able to go into the inner Earth. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I've heard stories over the years, documentaries that say that happened. But who's to know whether that happened or not?
There's so much disinformation.
There's a lot of disinformation.
Deborah said she bought beautiful jewelry from Giorgio's wife. Really? She makes jewelry? What kind of jewelry? Now, Giorgio, Commander, is the name of a scientist, researcher who studies. Do you remember his title?
He's
The
on
guy in
Ancient
Ancient
Aliens.
Aliens. Yeah, yeah.
I've been.
He defines himself though, like as a what, or what type of researcher?
He does ancient alien.
Ancient astronaut theory.
That's what it was. Ancient astronaut theory. And I just really adore his work. I am like.
Me too. Him and Eric von Daniken. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Eric von Daniken is beautiful. I met him and interviewed him on TV back in Connecticut at a UFO conference many years ago.
wow.
That's cool. That's really cool. I would love to meet them.
Eric von Daniken is a very down-to-earth person. He's from Europe. There's no ego there. All his books, Chariots of the Gods, all the books he's written, he's very much tuned into ancient history of the ET areas. And Eric von Daniken, when I met him on my TV show, he was just a great person. He was just a beautiful person.
Now, Commander, do you have any of those interviews like recorded or anything? Or
I have them. I have the interview with him is recorded. I'd have to put it on a disc or something. I've got my videos saved from my TV show, Intergalactic TV Network, from years ago. They're sitting in a box. I have all these.
Commander, fire that baby up. Put it on TikTok. I'm like 1 million views. I'm telling you right there.
Help you with that. We'll help you find that if you want. Listen, I think that you need to put it on.
I can get that digital for you.
I'll have to find the videos, and maybe we'll get together, Chezno, and I'll give you all my stuff from the TV broadcasting in the studio. And
Yes.
we can convert it over. I have a lot of stuff on
You
video.
have such a rich history with so many people you've talked to for so many years. All this stuff needs to be.
I mean, I interviewed Stan Friedman, who is well known. Stan Friedman. I interviewed him at the UFO conference in North Haven many years ago, and we were in a room, and I had my camera set up, and I interviewed him. I interviewed a lot of different people.
We gotta have a powwow. We're due for a powwow, guys. We gotta get together and talk. I found a potential place for a UFO convention. If you want to, we'll talk about that too. Actually.
Okay,
Actually,
I'm interested.
Beautiful space too, and
I don't want to be the one in charge of it. I would be interested in participating. I don't want to, I find myself it'd be overwhelming for me, number one.
you
And
don't have to do that. But we'll take care of all that because that's our area, and I can do events, no problem.
And I'm in the process of getting your shirts made too. I'm getting encounter shirts.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you.
I'm really doing that. Yeah.
Wow, thank you, man.
So
I appreciate that.
I got you.
Jacob in the comments is asking a really cool question. Why do abduction experiences stop the abductee calls on Christ?
Let me read the question. I'm going to process that question, Jacob.
Jacob,
why do abduction experiences stop the abductee calls on Christ? Let me
like when you say like Christ.
Hey, Jacob,
like,
I'm gonna bring Jacob on. He's got over 1,000. Jacob, why don't I bring you on here? I feel better having a verbal conversation than here. I think I'll understand it better. Hey, Jacob, welcome to Encounters. Welcome to the show.
Oh, what's going on, man?
Oh, it's glad to have on you. I'd rather hear the question more in the verbal communications than on a sentence because I can't quite get that. So when you say why do abduction experiences stop at abductee calls on Christ, can you explain that?
Yeah, over the years of my study into this field, I've come across many Christian researchers who have made the claims that they have went back and looked at a lot of their interviews over the time and the years, and that there's a very common theme among abduction experiences that if the user was like a believer in God or Christ and they were like experiencing the abduction and they called on Christ, they would wake up back in their bedroom. And so I was just wondering if you heard stuff like that.
I've never heard stuff like that, but it would make sense because if a lower vibrational ET is trying to abduct a human, and that human uses the Christ name, it will stop the abduction, because I've not heard of that before. I always talk about Christ consciousness on my show. I don't know how long you've been watching me, but I talk about cosmic Christ consciousness because the Christ frequency is a frequency that lower vibrational beings don't like. They cannot stay in that frequency. It disrupts their pattern. So that's why I try to teach people to protect themselves. Create create a bubble of light, a Christed frequency of light around their home. If people do that, who have never been abducted, or have been abducted, if they do that, it stops all the abductions that they've had over the last 40 or 50 years, or maybe for one time. It's a great question, and I'm so happy you're here to present it. I don't think it's just a Christian thing. I think whether you're Jewish or Muslim or whatever, people that have been abducted in any country, whatever the religion is, if they use the Christ, if they present the strength of the Christ in their beingness to those beings that are trying to do it, it will stop it. That's why I tell people they got to get focused on the higher self, on Christ consciousness, not from a religious perspective, but from a star perspective, from a star frequency perspective. I've actually been through born again Christianity. I've been in the Lutheran religion. I was born Jewish, and I've studied being in the religions. I've studied how religions work. I actually learned how to speak in tongues when I became born again. But for me, because of my experience with the ET, positive beings, I thought that these speaking in tongues to me was a star language. It had nothing to do with religion, because I didn't come from that aspect. So I translated it into a star language. But people in religion think that speaking in tongues relates to a religious language, which is not what it is. It's only because that's all they know. So when you talk about your question, it's fascinating. And I would answer it because no one's ever asked me that question. People that are getting abducted have no understanding how to protect themselves. That's why they're getting abducted, or they've been abducted, being Christian or Jewish or whatever the religion is. They've all had those experiences. They need to focus on Christ consciousness. And if they learn how to put vibrational frequencies higher in their homes, the lower vibrational ETs cannot penetrate the higher vibrational frequencies. So, great question. Great question. Does that answer your question a little bit?
Oh, yeah, that gives me a view into your perspective. I have my own beliefs about it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So that's a great question. So for people that have always thought about that question, and it's not just Christians, I mean, it could be anybody at any religion that's being abducted, they just have to really focus in on Christ consciousness. And if they focus on incorporating the Christ consciousness into their consciousness, they will not have that perception of an abduction experience. They won't have it. They'll have an experience that's the opposite of that experience.
So what is your, I guess, view? Because this is the first day you asked earlier if I'd seen you before. I haven't. This was
great. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's pretty interesting regardless. What is your take on, I guess you could, I don't know if you call them extraterrestrials, aliens, or, whatever.
I call them, depending who we're talking, I don't believe in aliens. That's an Earth-based media thing. Hollywood came up with it. NASA used it, all these different people use it. But in fact, we're talking about non-terrestrial beings. You can say extraterrestrial. Depending on the frequency, there are different types of frequencies and there are different types of beings. But go ahead.
Okay. And so the big question I have for anybody who gets into this field, just due to the stuff that I've looked at, is what, if you look back historically, I'm sure you've studied historically the ancients in the world, the modern UFO encounters, there's not a period in human history where beings in the clouds and in the skies haven't been talked about. And so
right, that's right.
My biggest thing with the whole idea that there are these other beings out there is that what I've learned is that we all on the earth, at least the majority of us, can agree that there are things that we can't see going on in an apparent unseen realm. But we know that it's here. And then now in this last 200 to 300 years, since evolution became very popular, humans have moved towards the idea that if we evolved here, something else must have been able to evolve over, millions of years or whatever time period you add to it. But the problem is with that theory, or from my angle anyways, is that through the traceable 4,500 years, and you could go back even 6,000 years of history that we have, they've always been here. And so,
oh yeah, they have. Yeah,
the
our planet
question
is billions of years old. But go ahead.
well, so the question then becomes, why did they tell the humans thousands of years ago when they were seemingly more primitive to sacrifice and do weird ritualistic, things? And now here in the 21st century, when our technology has changed, if you get into, a lot of the abduction experiences, they seem to be doing experimentation on the human genome. And so what
Right.
is the interest in our genetic makeup? Is
They
it
constant. Go ahead.
Chezno, there's a multi-level answer for that.
There
First
is.
of all,
There's many.
many answers. The planet is built. You have to understand the planet is billions, like Carl Sagan would say, billions and billions and billions. The planet's billions of years old. So we're not talking thousands of years. We're talking billions of years on Earth. There have been civilizations that have been very advanced, peaceful races. The Lemuria, Atlantis, the land of Mu. Study all the ancient histories before there were pyramids and before Egypt existed. There were very advanced civilizations that existed in those landmasses.
all of those legendary, because I've never really I don't talk to much people who actually know about a lot of this stuff, but do you not draw the conclusion that is the similarity all over the earth is that if you go back to 2500 BC, every culture all over the globe talked about the flood or the deluge, no matter what you want to call it. They said something happened that destroyed the ancient world. And the ancient world,
there was the ancient world. Yeah. So the ancient world is very interesting. I'm right on target with what you're saying. So a lot of the things that happened, there was intergalactic confrontations between Lemuria and Atlantis. Atlantis, somehow, their scientists, the people in power, or what you call power, started attacking the Lemurians. And there also were some earth changes there were a lot of earth changes that happened before our time. But again, the other thing, when your questions about the different abductions, the scenario about the ancients, there were different levels of vibrational energy. So humans it wasn't the ETs that sacrificed humans. There were humans that disconnected from high frequency that were doing these things. The ETs didn't sacrifice anything. Depending on the vibrational ET level, the lower vibrational ETs, in the current history, what we call abductions, that we can look at that. When we look at the ancient ET levels, like in India, they had Veman. They were very high frequency. There were intergalactic wars over the skies of what we call India. There's a lot of history on the intergalactic confrontations that ETs had with each other. So there's a lot of different things going on here. There's just too many variables.
Yeah.
They're all correct, but they're all different.
Yeah, I'm a huge ancient civilizations buff. Like I study this on the reg, like as a hobby. I just love it. And the genetic manipulation is an ongoing process. It's still happening right now. They're still upgrading humans without even our knowledge. It's just they're always splicing the DNA strand. They're always manipulating it. It's been happening for thousands of years since the beginning of time, and it's going to still happen, and it's going to continue, and until we look completely different one day, and it could be 1,000 years from now.
Right. Now, I was going to say, Chezno, what you're saying is true. The other thing is, many people, they call themselves starseed. So if I use the word starseed, I don't know, Jake, if you've ever heard the term starseed or star being. Those people that come here, remember, they're from the Pleiades system or the constellation Sirius or wherever. There are people that come directly from other planets that are not being upgraded in any which way. I mean, there are people here that are completely, like myself, everything that happens to me is directly coming from our planet. There was never any other ET playing around with my genetics. Those that are doing that are usually have been the lower vibrational abductions that have played around with things. But the higher vibrational beings don't do that. So if people come, there's a lot of people in my show here that are starseed. They come directly from another planet.
True. Yeah, very good point. It's they're lower vibrational entities that are doing this.
Right.
Because that was like one of the reasons why the flood had happened, because the fallen angels, like they were sleeping with human beings, and they were changing the DNA. So higher vibrational beings, they don't like for you to manipulate and interfere with like
Right.
the way our of life. So the lower vibrational beings, they're going to do that, and that's a problem.
Yeah,
it might necessarily not be. I mean, some of the lower vibrational, they might not be like dumbing us down. Some of them might be like upgrading us as well. So it's just not God's work. It's just not what He would want.
And let me put it this way: I've got to make this really clear for people watching Encounters.
Stop. And halt the show. Okay. Halt the show. Sky is ready for her on, Commander.
Okay, folks. We're going to put Shy on, and Jacob, I appreciate your question. You're going to love this part of it. Shy is on. Hey, Shy, you're on James's thing here. Good evening.
No. She's going to come on the live.
Oh, she is.
Yay!
She is.
Oh,
hey, listen,
bonus,
Commander.
Very cool.
I'm giving you a warning.
Yay, that was such an interesting.
She's coming in hot.
Oh,
I'm ready for Shy. We love her, so we're going to bring her in here. So she's going to come on her own TikTok, correct?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to make sure she gets the link. I just sent it to her. She's probably getting herself set up right now. Oh boy, her and I just had a long conversation.
And let me tell you, for folks that we have everyone in here, if you don't know who Shy is, early in the year we met her. She was watching what we were doing. We became friends. We have become good friends. I haven't talked to her in months, but she's really close to our heart, and she is with the Department of Defense. She travels a lot. She's got high security clearance. What we will ask questions, what she will share with us, will be stuff you will not see on CNN, NBC, CBS, Fox, or any other network. You won't. This is going to be all disclosed information on our show tonight. So if you're not here to hear this or see it, at least hear it, you should be here. And we're very proud of what she's doing.
I'm waiting for her to come on. She told me that I could talk about what she's been telling me, but she wants to come on. She said she was going to come on.
I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth anyway, and let her tell her story. We want her to tell the story.
Other than the story,
will you finish up what you were saying?
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Chezno, go ahead.
No, James, it's okay because people are asking what Chezno was going to finish up saying something.
Chezno, go ahead. You were.
Well, I have ADHD, so I forgot. But
you were talking about. I think Chezno, you're talking about the genetics of lower vibrational ETs and how they
so they will not necessarily like dumb us down or take away like DNA strands. Like I think some of them do have good intentions and are secretly upgrading us because they're not all bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I was going to say.
Okay, so now we have a really packed house, and John Connors is here. John Connors, we're going to have Shai here, our DoD contact. And then we're going to have John Connors as well. So we have a really crazy show tonight, and it's going to be great. Now I'm going to bring Shai on. Everybody, let me get Shai here. Hold on a minute.
Mute my mic.
And what would be really funny if Godico comes on here and starts speaking during the broadcast. Let's see here. So Shai is with us. This is Encounters. We're at 73,000. We're going to go over 100,000 likes. Everybody tap the screen. I'm Shai. Good evening.
A banger.
Good evening, I'm Shai.
Hello.
It's been a long time. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I got back for Christmas, so just enjoying that.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, we're trying to tell people. We have a lot of new people here. You want to give the people some background of what you do now, and in terms, and then we're going to get into new information on the top secret stuff.
Okay, sure. I work under the Department of Defense. I've worked there, or in the department I work for 4 years. I'm a geospatial analyst. I work for the NGA, and I have a TS-SCI clearance. So yeah, I have a degree or a master's in geospatial sciences, and yeah, I work with remote sensing satellites and drones and things like that. Anything optics.
Anything optics, that's right. So it's been so many months since we've last had you on Encounters. I don't know where to begin to start. I think I do. So the last thing I remember was we had a squadron of these spaceships, diamond-shaped craft, which I'll never forget. They went over each base in 2.3 seconds. They went from Tokyo to New York in 2 to 3 seconds. They were shutting down military bases, basically. So it's been many, many months. There's so much stuff going on now. So where do you want to start?
Yeah, Shy, where do you want to start?
I guess mainly I should address my absence, right?
Right. Let's do that.
I've been doing a little bit of travel and some work on some projects that are being done for SpaceX regarding ion thrusters and stuff like that, cargo transport. But I wanted to tell you that I'm just, worried about spreading the message I am, because I want to be able to do it in a manner that's professional. And right. I'm just, I want it to be in a platform that I can do it and not have to worry about other people. So,
okay.
And I'm not doubting anybody here or anything. It's just a lot of the things that certain people say, collide with things that I've seen in my own experience. So I feel like it's not a good message to be saying, some of the things I'm saying when they're directly contradicting with what some of the other people on this, podcast are saying. So,
right.
And I really do enjoy, sharing, what I can about the topics I can. It's just kind of difficult to do that when,
right.
There's so many different perspectives, and I'm not saying any of them are wrong. It's just a difficult thing to kind of navigate. So that's kind of why I've been, gone, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, this show enough to know how serious we are about what we do with everybody, and the platform I've done for my radio show for 20 years and being a contactee. So I think people are mature enough to understand. I mean, everyone has different experiences, and they're all true for the people that actually had the experiences with ETs. Like we had an earlier interview, they had experiences with beings that are 7 to 8 feet tall, and they were wearing kind of space outfits. So we're getting information from people here that are having actual encounters. So, but you bring a light to things from your perspective of what you're experiencing on the inside. So very interested to get your perspective, your experience as a talk show host. For me, being in radio for 20 years, asking questions, I think it's very important that people hear all perspectives to the whole cosmic realm.
Commander, I was going to say that, Shy had, she had to take a conscious departure from the show, and everybody knows that I also took a conscious departure from the show.
You did.
And Shy and I's reasons were kind of in line with each other. Do you want me to expand on that, Shy, or do you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, go ahead, Shy. Go ahead.
No, Shy. Let's Shy Leo. Let's Shy expand on that.
No, I'm saying you're good. You go for it.
Okay. So, Shy and I, she watches the show from afar sometimes, and
right.
she sees things and people on the show, and and this might not make everybody happy here, but this isn't a pleasure cruise. This is about truth and disclosure, and I'm gonna beat around the bush. When I was just talking to Shy, and I said, Shy, let's keep it real with each other. If an entity of benevolence and an ET was really trying to communicate with Commander, would he be doing it over an AM radio? And she said, absolutely not.
And it's not that I'm doing that with condescension.
But is it possible that it's actually, because the feeling I'm getting, the feeling I'm getting is it came through the app in my daughter's room, and I felt nothing but positive energy. So how do you relate to that experience?
And that's fine. I'm not doubting or adding any condescension to that point.
No, I know you're not. I'm just asking you what your feelings are.
In the means that we've had any interaction, whether it be binary fission or anything like that, or any sort of what we perceive as communication, it's never been through a form like that. We might have, discrepancies or, weird things going on, but it's never, something that's indicative of something else. Which is, and again, I'm not saying that's not possible, right?
Right.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
I know you, and I'm here to listen to you.
I'm just saying it's not familiar with my experience, and that's it.
And that's okay, and that's fine, and that's the thing. It wasn't familiar with my experience, but I'm also aware that even though as human beings, that's not the way we would perceive it to be. We're not them, so therefore, how do we know how they want to communicate? It's coming from our human mind perspective in terms of discussion. I mean, that we have.
Commander, I'm going to be straight up though. I think that there's been a little bit of a manipulation done on the part of the communication with quote unquote Godico. And, Shy has a lot of questions as far as the technology and stuff like that. I'm glad John is on because,
I am too.
That was the main, crux of our issue is this being done with integrity or is John messing with Commander? And I'm just
no. Let me stop people here because I'm the one who had the initial contact. So John came into this after I had the contact. Okay, so let me explain the history of this. The night I had the contact was on my daughter's application. The song was a Billie Holiday song, a beautiful song. The space beings, and everything's documented. And John is not doing anything but being a communicator, and I as well in the communications. We've documented everything so far on my YouTube channel. So, I mean, this is what part of my life history has been. I can only speak in my shoes. John can only put himself in his shoes. From an outer side perspective, you're not in the shoes that we're in. So in terms of discussion, I can understand your questioning, but I have to go by always the thing that I've always said before. When I've been tripped up over the years in my spiritual guidance in my work, I've learned not to be tripped up anymore. If I feel strongly that the experience is positive, I'm going to say it straight. I'll still say it. And I love this discussion, but I'm going to say that Godico and the beings from the constellation Sirius, from a human perspective, we're projecting how we think they should communicate with us. And that is the problem. We have our own perceptions of how ETs communicate, and maybe our perceptions, we need to let go of our belief systems and say that, hey, you know what? They're having an experience and just take it at that and just let the experience happen. And maybe, if Godico comes through tonight on a radio frequency, this is interesting. Now that Shai's here, you can be hearing Godico speak, and maybe he will, and if that happens, I think that would be tremendous from a perspective of discussion.
So I'm just confused. Can I ask some questions? Because I really don't.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, I've been pretty busy. So the most I've seen is about 20 seconds of the podcast in the last couple of months.
Right.
And the one thing I saw was like I have pretty bad memory.
You saw a 2 minute. You saw a 2 minute clip.
And again, I'm not making any judgment. I'm not really. I'm not. It's just that I want to be professional in all aspects of the things I do.
Of course you do.
So I feel like it's good to just ask questions and see what the perspective is. So I'm just curious. What is the first interaction you had? What do you mean your daughter's after at radio? Or
okay, so I'll share that because I'm the one who had the interaction to begin with. And I was live on TikTok when it happened. Mm-hmm. In her room, late at night, it's all recorded. I didn't bring the camera into the room. I didn't think of that. I was like, what's going on here? She wasn't home. On her thing, it was playing a Billie Holiday song. Then the app was talking and it was speaking as it was playing. It was like playing. They stated in English to me that they were the ones who made it happen on the app. They put the song on. They made it happen. Now, from a human perspective, we say, how could they make that happen? We have to look from a very different perspective because we're still looking from a human answer to something that is not of our experience. And until we can, in a professional manner, we have to look at the professionalism beyond the professionalism because it has nothing to do with being professional. It has to do with the interaction. So that was the first time. And then we heard static over my TikTok. That's the first thing that happened. Before the radio frequency thing, there was static coming over the TikTok when one of my broadcasts. And that's when I started hearing it. That was without the radio. So they were able to come through the TikTok, and people do remember this. Some of you were on here when the static, people heard static. Anybody else want to say something? Chezno, you know that. I have a number of people beyond a 2-minute clip. Explain, Chezno. Did you see it?
I did.
The 2-minute clip is only a very small portion of what happened. It doesn't do justice to the communications. The communications has been ongoing for a whole month. And there's enough people in this room who can actually verify what I'm saying is true. So it has nothing to do with professionalism or beliefs. And for sake of discussion, it has to do with truth.
Let's let Connor. Let's let John.
I want John to speak because John and I have been facilitating the communications.
Let me just tell you something. Even if it comes in front of your face,
right,
to anybody who has ever had contact, there's always doubt. Okay, and the thing is, that's really funny to me is this: is that no one said anything about this whole communication. Is just like, oh, just brought up, which is fine. I'm totally awesome with it. What I'm disturbed by is that when something that is in front of your face, why do you always want to disprove it? Even though it's extraterrestrial to me, it's different to me, but things that I don't understand, I just go with it and let it be. You know, if that's the frequency that it is, then I let it be that it is.
Yeah.
But if I ever fault in it, then I will. But I asked right now, in my higher self, I do have that connection. So that aspect of it, it was told to me, like I said, you know what am I supposed to say here? And one thing was keep calm, and humanoids always doubt. And the reason why is for this fact. Because they will never understand, even if they try to wrap their mind around it, their mind is not ready to explain the unknown when it's really, really not unknown. It's just been hidden from the human population for the longest time.
Right. That's right. I agree with that. And John knows, I mean, the 2-minute clip really doesn't do justice. I put it there because it got people's attention. People need to understand, and I respect, I'm shy, I respect you a lot. I'm glad you're asking questions. Oh, I'm sorry that your phone died. I'm glad you're back. So, John and I have a very close relationship, not only as friends, but also because the initial contact happened with static. And there are a number of people here that were there when it happened. They heard static coming over our ticket. I said, what's all this static? And the next thing we heard a voice of something that was someone that didn't speak what I called English. Other people were hearing it differently. And then the contact started. They said they were trying to reach me for years. They, beyond Earth-based technologies, it doesn't matter whether it's a radio frequency TikTok, it doesn't really matter. So I wanted to give you a bigger understanding of what happened, because that 2-minute clip obviously wasn't enough obviously it wouldn't be enough to do anything. So now you're getting clear from the horse's mouth what happened to me. I feel their energy when they come. I can't explain it. There's no way of putting that in a professional term. I feel their energy, Gadako's energy when it comes through. They're able to do whatever they want, and again, we have to think outside of our understanding of technology, our understanding of how people communicate. And if we look at it from a wider perspective, you'll start to understand it. And that goes for everybody out there. So a number of people, we had more than 10 people on since this has been happening. Gadako has answered questions. I believe they're using some sort of a translating device on their ship. I don't know what kind of technology they use. I do know that they're they're at least 7 feet tall. They're bluish colored. They're like a bluish radiant color. They're men and women. And they are extremely very, very advanced and spiritual too. So you've known me long enough, Shai, that I'm pretty tuned into a lot of things. And I just wanted to answer your question. I think you need, as John was explaining correctly too, it's what we're both saying, and what I'm saying is that it happened with the radio, with the application. I won't mention it because it's right next to me. It'll go on. That's how it happened. Nobody was home. I went into a room and I hear Billie Holiday singing. Now, never happened to me before. In all my years of experience with this subject, never, ever. So I wanted to give you that perspective in your professionalism in the DOD. You're hearing something in a much wider perspective than a 2-minute clip.
Yeah, so what you're saying, let me just, read back it so I can, make sure I have a full grasp. So what you're saying is Billie Holiday started playing, then somebody started talking?
No, I didn't say that. The Alexa app, the app was talking and talking at the same time, like it was saying it's going to play the music. The music came on, and it was at the end of the song, it says, "I'm going to the moon, and I'll see you soon." I kept listening over and over again to the recording. There was a message in there. The message was they were making contact. That was the message. That's the message. And then it started happening. That's as honest as I can be. And James, I'm going to tell you, this is for real. What John and I have experienced, what we facilitated, I am not blocking the communications off. I know who I'm communicating with. This is what I said always in my years of experience. Whatever I do, whatever I have experienced in my shoes is real. And not only real, but in this case, always, your life is not eligible for recommendations and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because, Chezno, you can't have your smoked tobacco. You have to make sure you're not smoking on here. Chezno.
Is that what it said? I wasn't.
Yeah. You have to take that. Whatever you're doing, the thing caught it. It put a violation thing on me still. Don't do that. Because I'm going to have problems. All right. So that's what I'm saying. It's really important that people understand the experience is positive. Whatever you're thinking, throw your thoughts out of your mind because your 3D mind is projecting, oh no, this can't be possible. And I'm telling you, it's very real, very positive. And I'm making first contact and John Connors and I have facilitated this first contact together. We've expanded on it. And people, now when we're having contact, there are people that say, no, you got to watch out what you're doing. I'm not like we're not like a beginner here. It's not like I got interested in the whole subject of UFOs and this is happening and I don't know what to do, right? I know everything I'm doing, everything that I am facilitating, the communications that we're facilitating with Godico is very positive. Where they played space music on here. I've got it recorded on my YouTube channel from everything. So
how do you verify that? I guess this is more a question for John. Out of pure interest, I want to know the equipment you're using. Where are you receiving these signals from? I want to know more.
I'll let John answer that because he knows a lot about frequency.
It's just an old, what do they call them? A Bearcat 210. You have the squelch on there and you have the volume and all you do is put in the radio codes and it picks up, like the police in the area. I mean, it picks up anything that has that bandwidth of the frequency that's coming out in the area that the antenna can pick up. And the other one was an alarm clock that was just an old alarm clock from, I don't know, let me see.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you know what you're picking up? Actually, I guess the better question I ask first, right, is what exactly are you picking up, or in your opinion?
I'll give you 1 second. I have everything noted down, written down, because in this case, I've already been, notified by the National District of, what do you call them, the guys, the ones that carry the gray towers?
Yeah, one day at a time, yes. The answer is yes to that question.
They come in your neighborhood, they stand in the middle of the street. Sometimes they survey the land and they survey the wave signals from the antennas that they put up from it's some kind of communication company. They have gray antennas. I don't know what they're called. They drive a white truck. I don't know if you guys ever seen them. They survey the land before the land's being built.
Oh, I've seen them up here in Connecticut.
So you have your typical bandwidths, and you have filters for each bandwidth, which is your high source is your high fidelity, which is speech and music, which is 20 hertz to 15 kilohertz, right? And then you have telephone quality speech, 200 hertz to 3 kilohertz. And then radio telegraphy and Morse code, and that's about 200 hertz. And then you have television, which is 60 hertz to 4.5 megahertz. And then you have your SSTV, which is 200 hertz to 300 kilohertz. And then in that frequency, depending on what filter you're using, okay? And I'm just using just a regular scanner. That's what it is, a police scanner, okay? We'll just call it that because that's what they use it for, okay?
Mm.
And then the impedance that I would get on the frequency scaling that I would be putting in and putting out, depending on the capacitors of each board that I've collected over the years, I just put it together. I would put one board down and see how it works. And here's one for so you can view this. Let me get my tripod.
Yeah.
Wait, so another interesting thing I guess we should get out of the way. Are what you and Commander experiencing the same thing? And if they are, how do you know? I'm just curious.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you. I'm gonna give you my answer quickly first, and then I'm gonna let John. From my life experience, it's all based on feeling. When something's going to happen, I feel it. Like some people say, do you feel something's going to happen? Now, some people are very strong about feelings. When I say the word feeling, it's not saying I feel I love you. I feel I'm going to, jump off my roof. That's a different definition of feeling. But the feeling I get is a sensitive feeling. Like people who've been on here when we had Godico come through, before he came through on the static, I would ask everybody in the room, they'll verify this, their power on their phones went half power. This is, I swear, people on here who've been on here since it's happened, you can say it in your comments, your phones got to half power. Whatever their power was on their phones went down during the communications. Okay. Tiffany's mentioning, I have a number of people to verify that as witnesses. So it's not just me saying it. People were experiencing power downgrades on their cell phones during the communications.
Commander,
Flow is another one.
I think me and Shai were talking about this separately, and I believe that there is a communication coming through. Absolutely.
But you believe it's not what it is.
My question is, because and everybody in the spiritual community knows this, and me and Grace have talked about this, the shortwave form of communication is mostly occupied by paranormal entities, and
but we're not talking paranormal
angelic entities as well,
and also space people.
Right, and it's where I get lost is the communication.
Right. So I'm going to answer your question
and the sophistication that Godico has.
Right.
On an ET benevolent level, it would be different than maybe a paranormal entity trying to break through.
Totally different. But you have to understand, in 1977, the Ashtar Command communicated on ITN TV in England. And people say, well, how come it wasn't broadcasted all over the world? Why was it only on that TV station? The head of the TV station on ITN, and it's documented, came on after the newscast that was interfered with by a being called Villaron from the Ashtar Galactic Command. It's a true story. It's been documented video. It's been debated by people who've seen the audio footage from the TV broadcast. Then later on, they come out. The head of the station says, we have no idea where this came from or who it was. They tried to say it was a pirate radio station takeover. That was a lie. That wasn't true. Then the director of the station comes on and says, we have no idea where this broadcast came from that took over their station. And that was on a local, regional level. So when we're talking about frequencies, again, our 3D minds are saying, wait a minute, if they were positive beings, they would use something else to communicate. Well, the Ashtar Galactic Command, based on the audio footage from the TV broadcast, the original footage shows that there was interference by an ET over their broadcast. That has been documented. I will stand by this story to the end of time of what's going on here. I will stay, no matter who it is, even if you're my friends, I'm still going to tell you, I'm not going to jump off the cliff here. I'm going to stay with it, because the experience of them coming through radio or through static, which they did, the initial communications was through TikTok, through static. My first initial encounters beyond the music on the app was through the TikTok. Then we facilitated.
Somebody in the comments just said a point. Honestly, I don't think we all feel the same way about it, and I think that's what Shai was getting to as well. We're on a forum where there's like right now there's 250 people watching. Right. All of us have our own abilities, our own powers, our own feelings, and our own interpretations. And yeah, and listen, I've been in the lives, and there has been some beautiful, wonderful interactions with whatever is trying to communicate with us. But there's been a few times where the interaction was questionable.
Okay, so now I'm going to question you. When you make a comment questionable, give me a specific. Because I'm a talk show host. I'm going to ask you questions.
When I say questionable, like the time we were just listening to static for 2 hours straight with nothing.
Right.
That, to me, was an obsessive moment, not an interrogatory moment. And it was. Remember, these beings are benevolent, and when we're striving so hard with a yearning of, I need this to happen, I need this communication, I want this. Sometimes it's not gonna happen, or sometimes other people are gonna feel some weird vibes, some negative vibes. But wait, when there's nothing coming through, when there's no sounds, just the type of static going on, you're feeling great, but other people are feeling something else trying to come through because you are providing a conduit for other entities to come through. They might not be affecting you, Commander, but they're affecting me, and they're affecting Shai, and they're affecting other people.
So let me ask you a question. Well, let me ask you a question, okay? And I understand people have different feelings. And it's not, I want it so bad. I didn't make it happen. It happened on its own. I've got to go again within my shoes of my own. I'm walking in the shoes here. And again, I'm going to share in my shoes what Shai's asking me is what exactly happened. She's asking me what happened. I'm trying to convey what happened. Now, I don't care about the static or no static.
I'm also curious, just like, and I understand what you're saying. And Commander, right? Like, I've seen some, you saw it firsthand. I wasn't as much as a spiritual person as I, turned out to be after I had some leniency, like, just some things you did were, interesting to me. And I think that was noteworthy. But I think to define and how we assess this situation should be rooted in some, and I'm not saying this is unreasonable, in a way that is reasonable. And when I say that, what I mean is the connection between, John Connor and you. Like, and I'm not again not adding any condescension here. I'm just curious how to, even with a little bit of, sureness, other than a feeling, right, Commander, that these are the same instance, or that we're getting the same experience, or that, something else isn't going on, like, what frequency are you on? Where, and this is questions for John Connor.
I'm sure there'll be a demonstration, and then we can ask questions from there.
Right, and I just want to answer. I want to bring John in here in a minute. I want to go from my perspective. Feelings have different levels. Frequencies have different levels. Vibrations have different levels. When I say to somebody, I have a feeling of something, I'm well protected. Whether people believe me or not, I can, I've said it before, I do not care whether people believe me or not. I've said in every show, I don't care. I respect everybody. I just don't care whether you believe me, that this is actually happening the way I'm explaining it. That's something that you have to reconcile in your own mind. For me, I don't have to do that. That's why I say when I'm walking up a mountain, if I have an experience and I keep walking up the mountain and I'm operating in a frequency of light, from a scientific perspective, say, how could the Commander, from a scientific perspective, be operating? What is the frequency of light? What is the Christ consciousness thing? I'm well protected. I've always been protected. I've never, ever, ever, whether it makes any sense or not, I can't help it. From my perspective, I'm always protected. There are people out there that'll try to channel information to me, and I say, no, I don't believe in the channeling stuff. Everything has to be real. Now, in my perspective of reality of this being real, it's not just real, it's not just a positive experience. They have learned to speak English. Now, I don't care whether people think, well, how did they learn to speak English? How did they learn to communicate? You know, from a human perspective, we're always I'm a healthy skeptic. I always been in the UFO community, certainly that way. That's why I don't accept everything verbatim out there. I look at everything, but I also have to go by my own experience. Now, whether people believe I'm having the experience I'm having, you know, I don't care. It doesn't mean I don't care about that person. I just don't care what they believe. I just know I'm having the experience, because you have to be in my shoes having this experience. And I know that when we do this thing, whether we do it this weekend or not, John and I, if we do it, you're going to have to make your own mind up. I'm not here to have you believe what's going on or not believe, but you're going to at least see something that's going to be real, that's not channeled. And then whether you come away from the perspective of saying, oh yeah, I think that's pretty interesting, that was pretty weird, you know, about the radio frequency, AM radio or FM radio or scanners, space beings can do whatever they want. Who's to project what they're supposed to do from an Earth-based perspective, whether you're a scientist or not? You don't control how they communicate. If they choose to communicate through a radio or scanner, and you say, why are they doing that? They can probably take over a TV set like they did in 1977 in England, which is documented. So I don't think that we are the ones to judge them on how they communicate. They can do it. You know, we're not here to control them. I don't think anybody's
doing that. I think
I know they're not. I'm just saying there might be people out there that are. You know, you're not doing it.
I think there's some important curiosity in the situation, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I really want to get the, just asking John questions out of just curiosity.
Oh, go ahead. I'm going to turn it over to John, because he and I have worked on this together, and he can give another part of that perspective.
So I guess, John, what I should, ask first, and again, this is just, us as, people talking, because, this has got to be interesting, to everybody here at least. So, I think it's same thing applies to me, right? I'm interested just as everybody else is. What exactly, do you think that you're talking to, and how do you know that's what you're talking to?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh.
Yeah, John, we can hear you. Go ahead. I'm thinking, John, maybe we should, go ahead.
Big screen.
No, John, go ahead. It's your turn. She's asking you a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, put me on the big screen so I want to show them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, big screen. Yeah, let me do that. Hold on a minute. You're right.
Appreciate it.
Oh, there you go.
So, depending on what you're using, okay? So you have your fiber optics, how to receive, okay? You got that. You got your magnetic waves, okay? And what conditions you need to have for that. Then you have to have your auto generator. You have to see what your audio tests are, the signal tracing, and then it goes into the voltage gain. It goes into many perspectives of the power band, and then it goes into large integrating transistors, which is this here. It goes into what kind of microphone you're using.
What does all this do? What does all this stuff do? You just showed me 8 different things, right? I'm curious what these what are these?
He'll explain it to you. He'll tell you.
What's curious is Jesus Christ real? That's up to you to find out. I'm not here to prove anybody wrong or prove myself to anybody on my own faith in this, because I know what I've come across. But what I get here is that I have to prove myself to you that what is working here. If the person is qualified, then if you're qualified, then you know what everything here means. This is what this means. Right. This is how it's built, what it does.
So you think my credentials in GIS and something completely separate from this field relates to the things you're showing on camera now? How exactly do you suppose that I'm supposed to figure out how the magnetic effect of whatever you just described and what equipment it's tied to? Again, I'm asking the questions that are simple questions that, you should be able to tell me at least how these things work, right? You're the one making them, it looks like.
No, I'm not.
How they work.
I'm taking make them. That we used the first contact because I wanted to see what, right? Because I've never done any of this. I don't have any credentials. You're way ahead of me, sister. But the thing is that when I came across this, you're always going to get the part where, well, is this person being honest? Is this person being what do you call that? What the guy called me?
No, we don't have to go into it, but let's just don't use any words. Just let's, here I think there's a better way for Amshai to see this. Let's bring Gadico in. Let's do a communications right now.
Okay, so now when you put into the perspective of the magnetic waves of the universe, of the Earth that we live on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have any background in any of that right now, or
in what?
Like quantum physics, biometrics, fiber optics, permanent magnetic data.
I don't work in any of that. No.
Okay.
I mean, I have a little experience in quantum information systems, so things like quantum radar, quartz computers, but so.
Okay. So you're right there. Okay, so you know spintronics, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
So
I think, can we go back to the equipment? Because I'm curious how the equipment ties in. Like, just tell me what they are, like what they do. That's all I want to know. I'm not, it's not court. I see people in chat calling it court. It's not that, I promise. It's just curiosity.
The thing of this is quartz. What they're talking about is because I have done that as well. But the thing is, you have a remote control car, right? And it goes off of. Let me see. This is the quartz that they're talking about here. But anyways, and there's the device for that. But I just took off a regular camera and I put this on side of here. So this is what's viewing at all angles of every aspect of the tetrahedron that we live on. So I can get every aspect of every angle when I am casting out every wavelength. And so I can put in.
How do you cast out every wavelength?
Right here.
Oh,
right there.
So you just like.
This is the tetrahedron. Everything that goes into glass scatter is frozen in one tetrahedron, and every triangle is what we our perspective is envisioning into one of that 99%.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you understand that? I'm shy. Do you understand what he's talking about?
But I tried.
That's okay, though. He knows what he's talking about.
Well, the way, like you're saying words, right? But like these words don't mean anything. Like,
because you don't understand.
I'm familiar with all the words you're
using. They do mean something. If you look them up, if you're really interested in. I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I'm just.
I know. I understand.
Okay, so when it comes into the visual spectrum of light,
yes.
the way you see something, you get to see this kind of spectrum. Okay, so now watch this. You see that right there?
Yes.
That the colors in there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the color spectrum of each wavelength of the radar, radio, infrared, UV, X-ray, and right here visible for us is between red and violet. So that 1% that we see is just one triangle of this, right?
Okay.
And so I said, now are we learning this, getting this information off of FM, AM, okay? This is being built, this is the tuner here. This is how you change this. Yes, you're turning it on. This is going back and forth, picking the channel. Okay, it goes back and forth, and then you have each part that is tuned in. That the Radio Shack or whoever builds these are already tuned in, and that's FM, AM, and that's normally how we would do things. And then we come up with this. This is Bluetooth. This little thing, you just have it, and then it comes up with a frequency of Bluetooth is right now is what? And see, when I do this is what I'll do. Because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be saying anything I don't know. Okay, so I go to this little reference handbook right here. This was given to me by a person that was in special communications of one of the higher militaries that people don't normally know about. Let's see, right here it'll go into frequency spectrum. Okay, so the frequency of radio frequency is normally 30 kilohertz to 30,000 megahertz, okay? And then you have the government band, you have the 2 meter band, you have the TV channels, you have the amateur, then you have the military, and it goes all up of, sorry, I'm not a good cameraman. And you have all these here, right? Okay. Yeah. And so when I was noticing is on the colors, when I was doing this, I noticed that when I use this, do you know what this is right here? A digital scope, an oscilloscope?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was picking up certain languages, and you can convert it to text as words from zeros to ones, double zeros to double ones, or 0001111. The matrix code of the spintronics. That's how it comes to be data. So when I was noticing that I was getting all these symbols, I would go back and I would look at all these symbols. So then you would have frequency channels. So you would have the how to put it into for electricity. Okay, and then sometimes like my lights would do they would do flickering. This is an automatic channel, so I can't. If I unplug it, like it would do that. Okay, that's me. That's me moving the light myself. That's happened. So I wanted to see what kind of wavelength and how many meters, how many feet, what kind of frequency that would even affect me in that matter of my electricity components, right? And the only thing I know that I can impede on and control and affect is by taking a remote control car controller, and I could change it from 2.5, 3.5, 4.5. And when I did that, it would change different wavelengths on this radio, and it would make certain sounds. And I noticed that when I would hit a certain one, it would give me an answer back, but in a way of like music tones. And I didn't understand what this whole music tone thing was about, so I wanted to know what that meant. So I got into the audio part of it, and I wanted to get a really, really, really good recorder here. And this is the Sony. It's called the Sony.
It's good. Yeah, you're good. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah,
That's cool. And honestly, I don't want to waste the time here. I just what do you usually do on a live? Just like
so. Let me explain something here as host. I'd like you, since you're on here, I think a lot of people say, why don't we bring on Godico? So, you know what? Why don't we jump into it so you can hear Godico and then ask him questions. You can hear the space being yourself. And then make up your mind of what you think in what has been happening here. I think as host of the show and with my experience as being the contactee initially, I think that's a fair thing to do. For any of you who are skeptical,
I agree. That way they can see it for themselves, and then they can just ask their own questions.
I'm feeling really strong.
I want to say that I was not questioning any type of contact. My interpretation is that we're getting contacted from multiple entities.
No, not on this. You're not. No, I disagree with you, James. The first time I disagree with you. We're not being contacted by multiple entities. We're being contacted by one group of entities from the constellation Sirius. So I'm going to disagree with you, my friend, on that 100%. You can have that belief system. I'm the one having the contact. I'm the one who initially had initial contact. I know who I'm communicating with. So I have to disagree with you. And respectfully, I'm going to say, no, you're wrong. I'm outright saying it. I love you, brother.
Well, how do you know who you're communicating again with? Just like a short,
I'm communicating one group of space people from a star system in the constellation Sirius, and that I'm just for informational sake, I'm going to tell James that he's wrong.
Well, you see, Commander. So let's say from 1 to 10, the frequency that we do here, I turn it on. Now that's 31, 200. That's level 8. Now, let's say that you heard nothing there. You didn't feel anything there. Someone else felt something on that channel or that bandwidth of that filter.
What do you mean felt?
Okay, for me, the first contact I ever had was with Robin Williams in my mom's car at AM and FM radio. And what happened was I was trying to get the understanding of this whole, because the job that I do for a living is in a position where they were in. And the point is that I got a feeling when I was reading this book, and actually Nikola Tesla was the first one, and I don't even know who that is because I'd never even heard of him when I was growing up. I'd never even learned anything about him until recently, the last 3 years. And I was like, well, this is real Robin Williams. I mean, here you play a song or whatever. And it went exactly to Good Morning Vietnam, like what he was saying when he was having that movie being filmed. And I go, okay, that's cool. Anybody could do that, right? I'm like, why right now? And the thing is that it started there. And then this little tuner that I have, because I have everything all scattered apart now, because I was trying to find out what was being held here, and I already knew this was coming, so I have everything, prepped up to my matter of my understanding. And if I was wrong, then I apologize, because I wasn't trying to lead anybody on any level, on any thought of that is just despicable on my part. If anybody ever thought that, so I apologize if you guys ever thought that of me. But what got me concerned was that when this entity was really strong and I was like just going with it, I got sick because I was doing something prior to this and I was weak on my biofield, and I noticed that I was able to be manipulated into like a sleep daze trance. And so I had asked somebody that was in that understanding of that, which is a native friend of mine. He says that you were introduced under a certain bandwidth of frequency that normally isn't used anymore because of how dangerous it is, because of what you can lose during that. You lose a lot of memory. And so I was concerned about that. So I was looking up everything possible. Like if I'm feeling that, what if someone else feels that too on Commander's Live? And I didn't want to project that out anywhere. And we've always been, in communication, talking to each other. And I'm like, hey, how about if I try, if I take a magnet and I go or I put this on here and it's a radioactive, thing for a microwave, and I put this on there, see what that does. And I would put on there, nothing. And I keep on turning up the approach now. I would turn it up. I just want it to be too loud. Right. See, that blocked it out. Now if I take it off of there, let's start over again. Now watch how fast it picks it up this time with no magnetic interference.
And the copper bowl, you put that on top, and that seems to facilitate part of it.
Right. I actually have that in my living room. So we were just testing things, right? I was like, I'll put this on there, and it was just weird that certain things interacted with these, and it would pull in different wavelengths. And I didn't understand that, so I still went into the research and kept on going, and to see what was integrating off of that aspect. Now, certain coils that are wrapped a certain way, when it's similar to this device or other devices, it's going to act and pull in different frequencies, depending on your antenna. This antenna is I think the basic antenna. I haven't changed it. I haven't done nothing like that. Then it came into they were hearing a voice.
Right.
And they would hear more static. And so I was like, I'm going to really look this static thing up. And so when I looked up that, there's actually an entity that was recorded by Nikola Tesla. And it was off of when he was sending out a frequency when it was coming to, I think it was World War II or something around there, when he was in that era of the Russians thing, that Sputnik or something like that. And they said that he didn't pick up anything other than something else that was already out there that they had it bounced off of. Now, don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's at. And he was really intrigued by that, and then he was turned down. And not only was he turned down by that, but all the other things that he's invented. And from my understanding as a human being, I came to death 4 times. 2 I can barely remember. The other 2, full on, I know exactly what I see when I come to the point of that door or that portal that you see. And I can go to, you can have me talk to anybody, Billy Carson, any of those. And I currently work with Billy Carson on a low scale level, because how he is that he doesn't like you to use his name and to level up. He will introduce you in a sense. Now, I say that because I use that as a communication partner, and that's it. And his understanding correlates with my understanding, and he says that you will always be able to do this one thing: manifest. And that's what that Christ-like being or that Christ-like structure that's inside yourself can do as a human being. most of the time, when you're not in this form, you don't have anything restricting you. You can manifest like infinity in instants. There's no time there. There's none of that. But what we were taught were a lot of fallacies on different levels of mathematics, chemistry. They were all twisted and turned and hidden on. It's not conspiracy. It's all true. You just, yeah, I know. My head was spinning too at first. But the thing is that if you're gonna get into this, you got to be in it all the way. You can't go on. I don't really care. I'm just messing around with this radio. Then the people who are gonna be watching you are gonna be looking at you like you're an idiot, because the people are obviously interested. And see, now here's another thing. I'm just gonna say this: the perspective of what this gentleman just said, Abraham. He said, "For Allah has power over all things." So if you take that perspective now, Allah means arm, leg, arm, head. That means you are the vision and you are in the image of the Most High. Mm-hmm. That's the fact of the Bible. So I could pull that up all day long. But if you say, well, that's not true, that's your perspective. And that's okay. I'm not here to knock anybody down. I'm just saying what I've learned. And that's how we go together, and that's why we always want to go together in that sense. We don't want to butt heads because you think God and I think the radio guy is God. It's just that you put it together and you go, hey, you know what? You're right. It does mean that. Right. And you
and so I think what John's explaining is very important. I think before we get to anything with Amshai with her information, I think we should demonstrate. That's right. If we can. I think right now, for those, I get a lot of comments saying, can we hear Godico? I think we need to do that. I think that we were going to do that last night until the other thing happened, which we'll forget about. But I think what we need to do is bring Godico in here. I made initial contact. He made initial contact with me. There's going to be communications, and then you can out there believe or not believe what's going on. I think that. So forget whatever your belief systems are, just throw them out the window, because what you're going to hear now has nothing to do with channeling, your belief systems, your historical background going to college or university. Throw it out the window. I always tell people to throw things out the window you've been taught to believe, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to understand what's going to happen right now. And it's going to happen right now. And I use...
Yeah, you're absolutely about that.
I'm going to do something which is repetitious. I've wanted to do this recently in the last month. I'm just going to call out Godico. I say, Godico, this is CmdrAleon. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, this is CmdrAleon. Can you hear me? It'll take a few minutes, but we're going to facilitate communications. For anybody who does not believe this is happening, I want to tell you straight on here, as I'm looking at you in the screen, this is real. This is positive. This is happening. I'm not saying this to be defensive or defending. I just want you to know the reality of what we're doing here. That's all I want you to know. Whether you take it as defensive or not, that's up to you.
Is John here, through the contact, or no?
John here. John is here with us. John is interactive with me during this whole contact. Yeah.
Cool. I get back in.
Yeah. So now everyone who's here, who have never heard this happen, this is not a 2-minute clip. You're going to actually hear me communicate with Godico on their spaceship. And whether you believe it or not, like I said, and it's not for anybody else. I spent my life learning over being tripped up over the years of my adult life that I don't care what people believe. And that's my health. That's my healthy part of me. It's because I don't care what people believe. I've been able to advance my abilities to learn things over the years because of that.
Now, see, look at this. Now, see, it never does that.
And I'm going to just say it. And eventually Godico is going to come in. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, this is CmdrAleon. I'm speaking to get your... So I'm being repetitious for a reason. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, please speak. Please speak. Godico, if you can hear me, please speak. They're going to eventually find us from their ship on the frequency of my voice. Gadako, can you hear me? Gadako, this is CmdrAleon. Gadako, Gadako, Gadako. I'm repeating, doing repetition. Gadako, Gadako, Gadako. Gadako, can you hear me? Gadako, can you hear me? Gadako, we have somebody here from the Department of Defense who's listening. Can you please speak? Let her hear your voice. Gadako. This might take a few minutes. We're going to facilitate communications. Gadako, CmdrAleon.
That's
Like,
crazy.
how do you start the process?
Right now, what we're doing right now, I'm being repetitious. I'm sorry. So I just keep repeating myself, calling out till they find our frequency. So I say, Gadako, this is CmdrAleon. Where is your spaceship right now located around the planet? Where are you located right now? Where are you located right now? Where are you located?
That doesn't sound like Morse code either. It's just repetition.
Yeah. Do you have that golden cup, that cup that was on top of it?
Shoot.
Yeah, that cup would, for some reason, that cup was something else. It's weird, like you think a cup, it's just a cup. But I'll keep calling out. Gadako, can you hear me? This is CmdRaaleon on Encounters, the radio show, my TV show. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
I put it up like a trophy out there in the living room, but I didn't see when I went out there.
Oh, okay. So, Gadako, can you hear us? It's something, yeah, somebody said it's a copper. Something with a copper elevates like an antenna or something. I don't quite understand that, but the copper seemed to do something. Gadako?
Well, if you want something with copper, I have copper right here.
Yeah. Yeah, we can put that there. Gadako, can you hear me? Gadako? Gadako, where are you? And again, Gadako, can you hear me?
It's late, so I'm just gonna leave the live and watch on my phone. I'll just type.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Gadako, please come in. Gadako, please come in. Gadako, can you hear me at all? Gadako, please come in. We're trying our best to get him on frequency here. Gadako, are you there? Gadako, are you there? So the person asked who's Gadako. He's a space being on a ship from the star system Sirius. Gadako, can you hear us, Gadako? Again, I'm being repetitious, so bear with me. Gadako, can you hear me? This is CmdRaaleon speaking on the TV program Encounters. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? Unless they're being blocked out. Gadako, can you hear me at all? Gadako, clear frequency opening. Can you hear us? Gadako, can you hear us?
What's a high pitch?
The high pitch, yeah. We're trying to, and I am going to listen to, because as I'm doing this, I'm also listening to see if I get a response. I'm seeing if I get a response. and we've been pretty successful most of the time we've done this. So I'd be very surprised if he doesn't communicate. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, this is CmdrAleon.
See, whatever that was something that was there, but they probably obviously couldn't reciprocate what they were trying to say because it was coming in. So we'll scan again. Weird. It's interesting how it does that. So I don't. Oh wait, hold on. See, it does it again. Why is it? Was it?
Yeah.
I'm not understanding. Was this right here? I never seen this before. I don't understand this part of it.
Yeah, I don't either. Godico, say something or do something. 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 It seems like we're having this is the most difficult night we've had to communicate with him. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, can you hear us? Please come in on a frequency somewhere out there in space. Godico? 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 I'm affecting it as I talk. Listen to this. Godico? 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 And as I'm talking, the frequency on his radio is changing. Godico. 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 Godico, can you hear me? Godico.
Interesting.
I thought I just heard a little bit. Godico, yeah, I hear him. Godico, come in, Godico. Godico, I'm speaking so you can catch my voice. Godico, I'm speaking so you can tune into my frequency of my voice. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, Godico, come in. Amp up your frequency or your transmitter or whatever you have on the ship. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, right there. Godico, can you hear me? Godico, Godico. Godico. For just a moment, I heard it. Godico.
Wow.
Huh. We don't seem to be doing what we normally would do.
What is that noise?
Well, maybe it's not going to happen for us tonight. Let's bring Shai back. I know Shai has some top secret information for us. And if it doesn't have tonight, go ahead.
Commander, right here. Oh, if I can, this is what I'm talking about. See this?
Yeah.
I can't even open it now.
What is that?
This is just a tablet.
Oh, a tablet.
I can't even open it. I'm gonna turn it off, turn it back on. See, like, I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. My stuff gets messed with electronically.
Yeah.
They've witnessed it. They've seen that. I could be sitting down and the light going off, and you can see my hands. I'm sitting there. I could be wrapped up in the chair. You know what I mean? It just really, annoys me in that aspect. But I respect Shai at all points. I don't.
Absolutely.
Any disrespect at all. I just thought when I heard her talking about her what do you call it, degrees and everything, I thought she said that she was in communications part of it. So because she said something about the SpaceX or something like that. So I know that you have to take some kind of class for that kind of ionic space and hyper optical pulse dispersion. And then maybe she's just getting into it, or maybe she can't talk about certain things. You never know because you have credentials.
We'll bring her back on, and we'll plan this out with the contact thing. We'll plan it out. But obviously tonight, for whatever reason, they're not coming through. So I'm going to keep everybody on here. My good friend John's here. Shai, you said you had information you wanted to share with everybody, and we need to get that information from top secret information you have, because I think that's important. And I just want to say I love everybody out here. It's a really interesting, dynamic conversation we've had, and everyone needs to be patient. People need to always be patient and not start going into 3D mindsets.
One thing I wanted to add was, when down the rabbit hole, when he was saying that what you were transpiring on your behalf, you picked up something that maybe we couldn't hear, or you couldn't. We heard it, and so because I was noticing that there's people who were hearing certain things, and it wasn't correlating with what we were looking for. But I didn't want to knock anybody off that aspect.
Listen, because that's exactly what I was trying to get at. Is you guys might be having a great spiritual moment, but through the vibrations, through the waves, through the spiritual realm, people that have propriety to have attacks from the dark side might feel something different, or something might be communicating to them that you're not hearing. That's my biggest concern, is not to disregard what you guys are doing, but what you have to understand is, one, Commander's level of protection and enlightenment is different than everybody else's. John, that there is an air of there has been an entity that's tried to mess with you before. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's more of a protection thing. It's not saying, hey, don't do it. But to me, when it gets too overtly obsessive, when we go on and on and on trying to make contact, I know that we have to have patience, but in light of the show and making the show interesting, after 20 minutes, people are tuning out.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. And hey, he has the best interest in the show. You know what I mean?
Look, you can see people in the chat saying they are getting attacked. They are feeling it. They are conjuring entities. So this is not just me saying this, guys.
Right.
And this is why although Commander brings in the love and light, you have to remember that bubble of love and light doesn't stretch to everybody else.
Right.
And some people that are new to this and not true to this are easily decepted, and it happened to UFO. It happened to the dude with Gabriel. Remember, he said he almost had a suicide attempt over something that happened in a live. It wasn't your live, but the same thing you were doing in another live, he was exposed to it. So when there's bad vibes and bad juju, I got to speak up for my people.
Right. But I also have to say, I want to bring on Shai to talk about the top secret stuff, which we wanted to have her talk about, which you haven't been able to talk about. But I want to clear the air about this. So if we all agree that there is people out there experiencing, I do
Shai
understand
is not down with any of this. Shai is not down with any of this. I'm just going to tell you right now.
I understand it, but if she has UFO related top secret information she wanted to share, we want her to share it.
She isn't down with it. Why isn't she?
Right.
Why isn't she? Because she doesn't understand it, or she knows more than than the normal civilian would know, or that's what I'm trying to see.
you have to remember, as she said, she's new to the spiritual stuff. So when she gets exposed to what you guys are doing, you have to also remember she is exposed to that stuff at work. She is exposed to people that are doing mental telepathy type of projects. She is around metamaterials. She is around all of this stuff that connects her to a frequency that we're not even close to being around.
Right.
So when she comes into the live, or she's around people that are channeling or portals opening or whatever's happening, she is not going to be down with that, because she wants to come to a place where there's semblance. And John, this is nothing against you. I love you, dude, and you know that. But when John gets to John mode and he's going and going and going, it makes somebody like Shy, who is based in science, look at John like he's freaking crazy, even though we understand his mind is moving at a different rate than we can understand. She has to ground her beliefs in the science part of it.
Right. So again, understand, and I understand the sound of what you're saying, James, as being, I understand in my journey with the UFO subject, there are people, absolutely correct, that have had negative experiences. I understand that. And I want to get on. Go ahead, John.
Is this where
there she is. There's my girl.
So look, let's
get Shy on.
Let me clarify a little bit. Like, it's not even that I have any disbelief or anything. It's just that I'm neutral, right? And the way that I talk about things, I just feel like, I took a big break, or a couple breaks, because I feel like I was just putting too much information out there, or I was jeopardizing myself or my career or my family. And so I wanted to do things in a professional manner. And I said this at the beginning, and it has nothing to do against you. And maybe it might be that I just have been doing things the wrong way by coming through TikTok, and I should just stop. I don't know.
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to do it in a way that it's loose and uncontained.
It's hard for me on that level. I learned all this by doing it myself. Like, I didn't go to school. I didn't go to any of this. I just read books, and these books were just showing up at one after another. And I just went with it. And I went and I just maybe that's where you have the grounding, because when he says you grounded, maybe I need to be more grounded.
What's going on in the UFO community, Shy? And if you need to come on a live with me to tell us, you could do that at another time.
So I'm Shy. So here's what I want to do. No, I want being host. I'm gonna because I want Shy to. Whoops, what happened to? I want Shy to speak and share the stuff that we haven't heard for months. And it's not about being professional. The whole word professional, what does that mean? I've been on radio. I used to be on a commercial rock station. I was told to be professional.
All it means is that when you're having people on, I would want them to have a sense of, prestige, merit. And it's not that John doesn't have that. It's just like the way I view that he could be doing things is he's just stringing things along, right? And, when you read these books, he said it himself, you chain book to book. It's not like and again, I'm not saying not having a formal education is bad. It's not like a formal way of learning. It's a self-propelling way of learning, where you're chaining different ideas together in a way that you see fit, not a way that could be, supported. Like the individual he mentioned earlier, I forgot his name. He said he, had some communication with him. He does similar things. Like, it's all kind of like these metaphysical ideas, right? That these two people, and again, John is a very nice individual. I mean, I have no idea what to make of him. And
he's extremely, I can tell you a little bit about John. He's like the Tesla of 2024. He is extremely smart. He's, he doesn't have that scientific thing that you have.
What has he shown that merits that title? Like, what has he done? Like, I heard about the portal. Like, let's see some of the technology or whatever. Let's see the next level stuff he's doing. Just because.
Well, let me explain something. He's actually showed you. He's building a what I call a Stargate. It's not completed yet, but he is actually building it. He knows more about that stuff than I don't even know anything about that. But he, again, like I said, he's brilliant. He's extremely brilliant. So I want to hear from you, Shai. I want to hear the stuff that you have not been able to talk to us about for months, since the last thing about the UFOs going 2.3 seconds over different cities. So now it's your time to be the person that said, I've had enough of this lie and enough of the cover up. I want to see that person come out and share the stuff that you know.
We've got a lot of people watching.
And I know I get that. And I think that's why it's more important to be as transparent as I am in the way I'm thinking right now. Quite frankly, I don't feel comfortable doing it. And I don't think I will. And I'm sorry for, that's coming for that, but I'm not going to jeopardize myself. I just feel like this is too much attention and I've just been putting myself out there too much.
Yeah, but you haven't been on here for months, so.
I know. And I don't need to be, and I get that, but I'm a project manager now. So I've got my own team. I can't be, the only information I could give you is stuff that's specific to things only I would know. It's just, I can't.
Well, let me put it this way. Let's put it this way. In terms of UFO related stuff, I don't want to know this stuff from where you are now in that area. Just specifically on the ET UFO stuff, not anything that's U.S. based related technology. I don't care about that. On the streamline of what we're dealing with, I want to know what you know regarding the UFO thing. I want you to
look. I understand that, but I don't think enough people here. Even, and it's not anything to do with, I'm even reading the chat. I just don't think this is a good space to share my piece like I used to. It's just not, that's not where I, think I should be doing it. And that's nothing against you, Commander. I just.
So where do you think that forum would be better, on a CNN or Fox News?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
Probably not on TikTok. Or,
so where could you ever go then if you can't do on any media?
Probably nowhere. I think I'm just gonna leave this with me. I don't know. I don't like having the pressure on me. Why do I have to be one to share this information? Why do I have to? Well, the
thing is, you're the one who came with us months ago, and
I'm telling you, 100%.
No one forced you to do anything. We were fine.
I agree. I agree. And I'm just telling you the way I'm thinking about it now and why I'm not going to share now. And it's, again, got nothing to do with y'all. It's just too specific information, and I'm not going to do it. And I hope you can respect that. All right. I think I'm going to head off. I appreciate everybody.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you too. I'm sorry that you're not going to do it anymore. I think that's a loss for us. I think she has the freedom, and I'll never tell anybody what to do. That's not the way I am. My personality is you are to do what you think is right for yourself. That goes for anybody out there. The last thing I'm going to do is tell somebody what to do, because I wouldn't want somebody to tell me what to do. It's definitely a loss for us. I understand it, but I don't understand it. I'm sorry, you came on here months ago wanting to say you were disgusted with the lies, and it shouldn't matter how elevated in your top secret clearance you are. If you believe in telling the truth, then you should be coming forward and telling the truth. But I do understand, at the same token, I do understand. So you need some room to breathe. And I certainly hope that through meditation, through taking time to distance yourself, maybe you will come back. I don't know. But I don't know. Again, I don't understand from wanting to disclose things to the point now where you're not going to want to disclose things. That part of me, I don't understand. A part of me understands it. A part of me doesn't, Catherine says, you can't tell us stuff only she knows, as it would compromise her.
Up the show tonight at all, but I had a long talk with Shai, and it was so emotional for me.
I'm sure it was. We love her, I can understand her. She's in a different position than James and I and everybody else is in. Yeah.
She's got, people don't see it, but she's got the men in black around her straight up,
I'm sure she does.
And it is, she's going to explore a way to communicate, but she's, even with all the protection that she has, it's still a risk.
Yeah. And she's got to be someone, I'm sure when she first came on, it was also a risk because even shows she didn't have that. You know, we remember when first.
You know, when she got the promotion, she didn't really let on how big of a promotion it was.
Well, I kind of knew it was a big promotion, even though she didn't say anything.
So, like, you know, as she said, you know, she's got a whole team, and you know, it's just, you know.
Yeah, some people were nervous for her, and I can understand that too. You know, I don't think I was nervous for her, but I think she took a big step coming on here, and I thank her for the time she did come on here. I appreciate everything she did. You know, so I have mixed emotions about it still. A part of me honors, and I will always honor everyone. But again, I do believe that it's important to tell people the truth. If you know anything about ETs and UFOs, or the government has stuff they're hiding, that I think should always be exposed. I'll never stop believing that, you know? And yeah. So that's sad that she, you know, I'll be in touch with John. Hopefully he's okay. I think that the whole thing is to honor and respect each individual person's perspective and everyone's experiences. What is your experience might not be my experience. What's your fear doesn't mean I'm in fear. What if you've had a negative encounter? We've interviewed people that have been abducted on here. Because it's not my experience doesn't mean it's not your experience. So I understand everything about everyone. That's why I'm a talk show host. That's why I do what I do. And let's see here. And that's exactly why I do what I do. So yeah, everyone has to use their own discernment. I honor everyone who knows me on this talk show knows I understand and I care about everybody. Everybody. I don't care what your belief system is. I want to hear your perspective. I want to know what your perspective is. You know, I'm not booked down into a chain, you know? And then if I see people getting too like antsy or too like, how come, you don't get onto this, or Commander, move on, or do this, I'll tell that person, calm down, chill out, have a cup of tea. You know? I'm not swayed by anybody's comments telling me, Commander, do this, move this, do that. I don't do that. I'll tell that person, cool it, calm down. If you're completely in tune and awaken and into enlightenment, then you need to calm down. If you're going to tell me how to do the show and say, Cameron, you got to move this and do that and do this, no, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm here for everybody. Understand. I love everybody. And James, I thank you for being here. I thank John Connors for being here. All of you, it's now like 1:25 in the morning. So we didn't have any contact. It wasn't planned. We weren't trying to have any contact, but we will plan contact. Now, if anyone thinks contact is boring or, whatever, let me explain something here. I've got to say this. It comes from my heart. When I have contact, whether when you've been in other things, if you've had negative experiences or you felt sick, I'm absolutely sorry a person felt sick. I don't know why a person felt sick. So I'm sorry that happened. I am sorry and apologize for anyone. If it happened in our communications, I'm sorry it happened. I can't tell you why you had your situations occur to you. And again, there are multiple frequencies and levels of consciousness. So when I have contact and we facilitate contact, I'm going to bring, there he is. The rabbit is here. I thought maybe a rabbit lost his power. I'm going to bring John Connors on too.
No, yeah, listen, you're hitting the nail on the head, Commander.
Nope. Are you still there? John? James? James, are you still there? Earth to James. This is, weird things happen on this show.
Sorry.
James, you still there?
Yeah.
Did I just lose you off the planet?
So anyway, I was saying that, you have a great experience, and sometimes, although we do everything in love and light, and we really do try to protect ourselves and be at the highest of frequencies,
Right.
there's stuff out there that is not always going to vibe with that. And
Right.
it had a real lasting influence on me, and I know I'm not the only one, and that's why I have to back away when that stuff is going on, because you're getting something great, but I'm not.
Yeah, so you have to. And again, it might not be the space people we're talking to that are causing that. It could be that at the same token, because we're having contact, you're right, you could be having a completely different experience with something else that's not related to the actual broadcast. And I completely get it.
Yeah, so imagine these folks that are watching, that are, sitting in a pile of negativity in their life, or they're feeling down on themselves, or things
Right.
aren't going right, and
Right.
life is hitting them. So when they're watching, they're not sitting at that same vibration level as us. So, and
Right.
even
That's
me,
true.
somebody who thinks that I've got all my spirituality stuff together, I still get attacked. So I know if I'm getting something, a bad vibe or a bad juju
Right.
once in a while, not
Right.
every time, but once in a while, I know that some folks in the chat are feeling it too. I get a lot of messages about it.
No, I know. I get it
And
when
that's
they're
why
on the
that's why
when
Grace said we got a lot to think about, because at the sake of the
right.
show, we want to have contact. We want to have John here. We want everything.
Right.
We want to have fun like that. But do we want to bring in something that's gonna,
Right.
we
But
had
this
we
is
already
this
had
is
we already had a
this
near unaliving story. We don't need another one.
no, we don't. But you know what? I've got to counter with this in a very loving way. I put protection on this show every time I do this show. I put the highest protection. Now, individually, a person in a house or an apartment might be having already something negative happening before they even come on to the live. So even if they come on here, the amplification is so strong that it might amplify whatever they're experiencing already. So that's the other thing we have to look at. So they might be coming here already feeling sick, or they've been feeling this way before they came on my show, just watching it, having these experiences, which is true. But on the other aspect of this, I always protect this show.
Right.
Now and to counter it, yeah, I get people on here saying I'm feeling a little bit sick, and I do see those comments, but I also hear people on the other end of the spectrum on the coin saying it's beautiful, they're having a great
It's
experience.
figure out, like, okay, some people are having a good vibe, some people are,
Right, exactly to your point.
yeah. So we gotta, as the you've got to be the moderator of that.
Well, I am the moderator of it for sure.
You've got to be the one to check the vibe of the room.
Well, and that's when I am the commander. And if I see anything negative, I will shoot light energy into the room in a high level of energy
And
to knock out any negativity.
Commander, somebody was messaging me during the show tonight, and I told them, I said, listen, don't tell me, tell Commander how you feel. And everybody should be able to feel open.
Thank you, Sharon.
If something's going on and you're not feeling a vibe, just let us know. Tell us in the chat. And if we see that a lot of people aren't doing something, Commander can switch it and move on to something else. This show is unique in that way, because we do care about everybody watching and everybody paying attention.
But I got to say this right now, and this is where I will stand in my commandership in Christ consciousness. I will never, ever, ever, and I'll say ever, I've never, ever will let any negative space being communicate with me. I never have, never will, and never will happen. On the other hand, I see the messages during the live when a few people did say they were feeling a certain way. Now, I don't know the history of those people. I don't know if they've had other experiences that were negative. And again, I'm not assuming anything, but it's possible because of that experience in their life, being on here didn't help it when things were happening here. It just amplified whatever was going on with them. So if anybody understands anything I'm just saying here now, and if you feel like, oh, it's over my head, what is he talking about? I'm saying that individually, people could have had negative experiences before coming on the live, and all it did here is amplify those experiences.
I want to say this too, because if people are probably asking questions, and in my conversation with Shy, I did predicate the conversation with the fact that John has done some spectacular things that I've seen myself, and I'm like, how the hell does this guy do this stuff, And I did tell her that I don't think that it was a manipulation from John.
No, not at all.
That it was that I just felt that it wasn't just gotta go. That's right.
Well, this is where I'll disagree. I will tell you that that's the only point I can disagree with you on, because I know exactly what the contact and the context of it was. In terms of the conversation, it was gotta go. Anything else anybody else was having happen was on a whole different frequency. And this is what people have to understand. When I do something like this, I don't do it lightly. When I communicated and started having the contact, I don't do it lightly. The communications I've gotten from Godico, when he started speaking kind of English and in conversation, and then they played space music. They were playing this music over
like
John
when stuff like that happens, it's like, whoa. And yes, whoa. It did come off wrong, and that's why I'm also being man enough to say, hey, there's no. I know you have to understand. I just got done getting off the phone with Shy telling me she's not coming on the show anymore, so I already knew where the conversation was going. So was my angst at her? Was my angst at John a little rough? It might have been, because I think in my mind, I'm like, oh crap, Shy is not coming on the show anymore because of what John is doing. So I'm like, oh my God, it's like you got to pick through your two children.
I'm bringing John. I'm being host of the show and this is where, as host, I control the show. Thank God, in many ways. I'm bringing John back on, and I want to get him a chance to be part of the show. He's a good friend.
Let John know that we got nothing but love for him. And if it came off like a dick, I'm sorry.
So I'm bringing John back on, and we're going to get him on right now here. And my friend John will be back on the West Coast with us.
John, did you hear what I was saying?
And we got John back on. Hey, John.
John, did you hear what I was saying, bud?
No, let me tell you something right here real quick. So my tablet wasn't working, right?
Yeah.
My other cell phone wasn't working, right?
Yeah.
As a communication specialist that I did in the military, that tells me someone jamming my signal. That's a brand new tablet. Definitely. So I pick up my tablet.
Yeah.
I do it now. I try to log in. Still nothing. I can't touch nothing on the screen. It's
really
locked. So I go. Yeah, I mean, I'll prove it to you, because But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to prove
wait. I want to bring up a really good point that I really don't think Commander was thinking about, and I want everybody to look at it like this. You have to remember, John does things that the government watches. Okay,
so that's my point.
John,
that's his tablet.
And we know that he's been that they've tried to suppress him, and that they've tried to do all of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So that's why Shy cannot be around, because of the attention that has brought to the show.
Okay.
That's what she did not really express in a way that I think was how she wanted it to come out.
She didn't explain
because
it
like somebody said in the chat, if you're getting banned, that means you're doing something right. Or something, something they don't want to see, because John's not doing anything bad.
No,
so if he's getting banned, that means he's being suppressed.
I almost got banned last night too, and I didn't do anything wrong after he did.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So her now, when she comes into the show, now it's like, oh shit, now we know that there's government. Remember she said there's too many people watching.
Right. Well, let's put it this way. This show is always, and being on here for a month since I've been on TikTok, I've always spoken truth. I've always interviewed a lot of people speaking about their truth in terms of their experiences. I myself have had many experiences. I've talked about some of my stories. and I'm surprised I'm still here. But I'm not surprised because I'm well protected. I protect everything on this show, the energy of the show, the people on this show. I love everybody, and people know that. John knows that. Everybody knows I love them. And I will never stop loving people because I come from that point of love. As a talk show host, last night I experienced what almost could have been, again, they tried to take me out and it didn't happen. So I learned something. I'm not going to repeat the word that this person in here had said last night because that's what caused the problem. So I've learned that I have to be smarter than the algorithm, and this show is important to me. I think it's very important to me. So I really want to make sure we're getting to the truth here. We're telling the truth, and that some people don't like it. There are probably people that are in government agencies that monitor the show. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care. I'm here to tell the truth. I'm here to do a good talk show. I'm here. I got my friends here. We all support each other. I support John. He supports me. James supports what I do. A lot of you do. And I just ask that people always be patient. When it comes to something like this, you got to be patient. Take a deep breath, relax. I always say have a cup of tea and be patient.
Some apple cider.
Here's
apple cider.
Go
ahead, John.
Right. So I hope I was able to communicate that better for everybody. And John, so you understand that it was not. I'm sorry it came out like an attack, but it was not meant to come out like an attack. I was just an emotional state because of Shy.
Yeah.
You're totally fine, man. I don't take no offense to it. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you a little bit of background, okay? This deja vu that I'm having right now, yeah. I would never thought that I would be on a radio show or a TikTok show. 2 years ago, the spot that I'm sitting right now, the candle that's in front of me, my hot sauce bottle, my clothes basket, the tablet, all those angles of my vision are correlating together, and now they all meet, and that's what makes the deja vu, okay? So when you guys were speaking right now about that, it came into play, so I went and I checked my laptop. My laptop's not working. But my other laptop that is inside the Faraday cage, it works just fine.
Yeah.
So that tells me that since now the reason why, not because of the show, if you understand that when I don't know if you guys know who Mikkel Biggs is, I'm going to say it, and if I come up, and now this is just for my entertainment purposes only.
Right.
You don't ever hear of John again. That's why. But yeah. I don't think that they can. I know that they can't. But I'm just saying this is how serious it is. Okay, she went missing. My brother was, unalived for it, for being in having evidence and going against that aspect of those people and those tiers of everything. Correlates into higher tiers. And so when I was, I said, screw it, I'm going to turn this evidence in. This database, this USB, I'm going to turn it in. And so I go there to do it, and it was like, I think it was 2018, I went to go do this. And nope, not possible. Want to know why? The judges were involved, sheriffs were involved, everybody had their part in it. And I thought I was just like, as a kid, I thought, maybe I just put too much into it or whatever. But now that it's a profession, and I see it, and it's one of the biggest cities in the United States that are known for that, because we go to the border or whatever, how it works. But what I do know is that after talking to Mr. Kutcher last week on some key points of the levels of integrity when it comes to the business, it's you got to roll with it. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's my perspective. Why they're, because they're at their last wit's end. This is about to be infiltrated. It's about to be broken apart. It's about to be taken apart. And I have nothing against Shy at all. Even if that's the case, I'll see her face to face.
Right. Do you think that in a way, she was giving us maybe
a heads up.
Yeah. What do you
And
think
now,
about
so
that?
this
Because
is how you, if anybody's
I
listening out
can't
there,
say everything, but that's what I'll say.
this is how you tell if someone's telling the truth or they're trying to tell you a message, and this is how it works. Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Everything that you record, play it backwards, and it will tell you what the actual meaning is.
Interesting.
Now, there are certain bands that were known for this. Beatles are one of them. But the thing is that
ACDC and all
That's
that.
right.
Yeah.
The Beatles were known for that. Yeah.
Pink Floyd.
Okay. And my last time that I passed in the blast that I took, and I was in a coma, is that the entity told me this. Okay, and it's not like the angels that they show you, or it's not like that. It was this utmost, like, if you guys ever, okay, I'm gonna explain it to you like in your Black Sabbath is definitely one of them. Your whatever kind of favorite food you have, whatever side food that you have of that. Let's go with the hot wings for myself. And then you have your fries, and they're like the perfect texture. You get your perfect sauce. You get your perfect drink, and you get your perfect show that you're watching, and everything is just perfect. You got your family, you got your girlfriend, you got your wife, you got your husband, you got your whatever, your dog. Everything's all perfect in that 1 second of your entire existence. You're like, this is awesome. I'm eating, and everybody's there. Just one thing. That's the feeling that you feel all the time up there. All the time. Okay, and up there, when I say up there, because it's only one more step up. When I share things with you guys, I don't make anything up. I don't have time for that. No. I'm trying to figure out my own thing, why I'm in this position that I am. And, I've had a hell of a hard time in the last week. And people notice it. People are like, hey, are you okay? This and that. And I'm like, how do they know that? How do they know what's going on here? And I just appreciate everyone here for this moment, that even if you don't know me, whatever it is, I appreciate you. Even if you call me a crackhead, if you call me whatever you want to call me, that's great. I love it all.
Yeah. Well, we love you. I mean, we love you for who you are, man. I love you for who you are, because we're working together on something that might not be everybody understanding what we're doing, but it's a beautiful thing that we're, like, I'm educating people about how the contact initially started. And I want people, because not everybody here knows who I am on this show, or what happened with my contact with Godico, how that happened, and how this radio thing that I'm hoping to get this weekend. I can't wait to test that experiment out with that the ready, or whatever they call it, that I know I'm getting. I'm gonna, we're gonna test frequencies out together, John and I, on a live. As a matter of fact, next Friday night, let's set up a schedule. It seems like Godico likes schedules, so we'll set up a schedule for communications with him, and I think it's going to be fascinating. Now tonight we just did it off the cuff. I wasn't really thinking about it, so.
I don't think anytime that we've ever done this, Commander, I don't think we've ever planned anything. There's not one time that you called me and say, hey, we're going to get on TikTok and we're going to go play Godico together.
I don't think we ever planned it. You're right. We never have planned it. It just happens. It just happens. And I'm very spontaneous. I've always been a spontaneous person in my life. And I've always been a person that is a late nighter for some reason. Always, ever since I was a kid. My mind is creative at night. It's always very creative at night. I'm always like getting creative thought. Does anybody hear anything coming through right now? Am I going nuts, or are you hearing something? Anybody? Godico, are you there? Let me see. Godico, are you there? Godico? 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 When I say Godico, there's a response. Godico? Godico? Godico?
I feel pressure in my ear.
I swear I'm hearing something on my end. I got the earbuds on. Nothing. Godico? 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 Gotico. I don't hear it anymore. It's gone. Oh, that's James. Oh, wait a minute. It's really weird. Wait a minute. I got to say something.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've got to say something. Something just weird happened. My app just made a noise. My app behind me, I swear it just made a noise. No one's going to hear it. It was my app. It just made a noise just now. It went boom.
Music for the ETs.
Bo Divine said she just got kicked out.
What?
No, I got to share that.
Is that how you do it? Bo Divine, what's your birthday? Wait, hold on. Do that again.
Okay.
Oh, where'd he go?
I don't know. I just got to share this thing just now that happened like 2 minutes ago. My app on my A app, I won't mention the name. It made a sound like boom.
August 20th.
Boom. Did anybody hear that? Or am I just imagining it? I was right behind me. And as I'm talking, there's like a voice. I swear. Whoa. It's like breathing. It's happening. It's happening with John and.
What did John say?
I heard John, breathing.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, that's 9:20.
I think Gotico is trying to come through. Hello, Gotico specifically. Gotico, I know you're here. Gotico, can you hear me? He's coming through John's side of it on the frequency, and then my app here, my A app, made a sound for a minute. I swear. Gotico? CmdrAleon speaking, Gotico. Gotico? Gotico? Gotico, we have 283 people on here, Gotico. Earth humans. Gotico, can you hear me? I just heard it.
I'm trying to fix my tablet. This thing sucks.
And I know John is not breathing right now when he's talking. And you're not breathing, are you? Oh, you have to breathe to live, but you're not like going. Everybody's hearing the breathing, correct?
Sounds like a seashell kind of type thing for me.
Yeah, seashell. Yeah, it kind of like a seashell. Like, Gotico, you there? Gotico, this is CmdrAleon. It's like almost 2 a.m. on Earth time on the East Coast. Okay, now I don't hear anything. It's coming on his side. This is what I'm telling you. He's the transmitter on the receiver. So they're transmitting through consciousness on his side. Gotico, now I'm going to hear him again. Gotico? Gotico? See? It's on John's side. John is the transmitter. That's how we communicate with Gotico, through John's side of it. Gotico's now, he's trying to come through. Gotico, Gotico, Gotico. Gotico, Gotico, Gotico.
Listen, while you guys are doing that, I want to say to everybody, Merry Christmas. I love everybody. And
wow,
I got a big day tomorrow.
Wow. Gotico. James, have a good night.
Everybody, ho, 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 Merry Christmas and a jolly good night.
Make sure you wear your Santa costume
tomorrow, guys. So listen, I'm gonna go to the Bucks game tomorrow, and then after the Bucks game, my neighbor got me a Santa costume so I could act like Santa and go put gifts under the trees and tell the kids to go to bed. It's gonna be awesome.
You're gonna be over people's homes in a sleigh with a bunch of reindeer.
No, my kids are gonna be outside the house with the radio playing like sleigh bells and stuff. We're gonna do a whole thing. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, enjoy your weekend. Merry Christmas to you, James. And we'll be on here for a few more minutes. Godico, I think, is coming through.
Yeah,
I swear.
Listen, I can't talk, so I got to jump off.
I'll let you go. Okay. So, yeah, I think we are having some contact in a very strange way. Well, James. Hey, John, you all right? You there? John? John, you there?
You guys can't hear me. My mic is muted.
That's really weird. You're breaking up. I know John's there. Yeah, that's really weird. I think they're wow, the static's coming through. I think they're trying to come through. Godico, you couldn't come in earlier tonight. You couldn't come in like at 10 o'clock or 10:30.
Hold on.
Back to normal.
Okay, I got 2 trackers on my phone right now. Okay, this is how I'm going to mess with them. So, to the ones listening, not on TikTok,
the
ones that are up the street, the one that's parked on the corner of Rowan, and the one that's parked on the corner of McKellips.
Right.
I see you. I see you. I see you. I see the glasses you're wearing. I see the white car that's sitting next to you, and I see your Burger King. Just know that.
Yep.
I am the one that becomes no longer am I man, no longer am I machine. I am cyborg. I hear you. I hear you. Watch this. Action, watch.
Yeah. What is that sound? What the heck is going on? John, you all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit. 1, 2, and 3. Back to normal. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do that again because I see exactly what it is. Hold on. Oh shit. Yep.
John, you still here? Come back. Come back. I send Christed beings of light to John's location. I ask the Ashtar Command to intercede. I send an Ashtar Command spaceship, 2 of them, over the location in Arizona. I ask the Ashtar Command space people to go on ground level to clear all energies that might be affecting in the area on his street. I can hear you. I'm sending 2 spaceships over to your location right now.
I'm still in projection mode. They are now being released. Oh, hold on. Hardcore.
Okay. I call on the Christed beings of light from the command to intercede right now. The space command to intercede right now and knock out all negative energies that are trying to intercede in his area. We send protection to John. any cyborg is to be sent back to where they came from. All cyborgs is to be sent back out of space. Christed beings to come in and intercede right now. Christed beings are intercede right now. The Astar Command,
1,
Galactic
2,
Command, intercede.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Okay.
Are you back, John?
Oh, why did I say cyborg? Because cyborg is what they're trying to create.
Oh,
and they can't do it.
They're trying to create it. Oh, I see. So that explains. They're trying to create cyborg, meaning Earth-based people.
Well, it's taking the AI and actually putting it into a clone itself, and actually having the clone and the AI actually work off each other and correlate together, like Alien. Remember?
Oh, really? Yeah. Our government has been trying to do that.
They can't abduct me, brother. The only reason why is because the energy field, my bionic field, is too great for the ship when they do try to beam me up, because it has to go through your stomach, because that's where your lowest chakra is, and that's what they use the most energy, because that's the most resonating energy on this planet. Excuse me.
Yeah. Now, those beings are separate from who I and John are communicating with. The people that we communicate with are from the star system Sirius. What he's talking about are unrelated to the contacts that we have. Just so you know.
Yeah. The reason why I said I am cyborg is because that's the initiation of the certain panel where you're supposed to go through it, but they won't say that, because the word I am is the way to transform,
right?
Manifest. But what I want you guys to do is this: the next episode that you have of your show, I want everybody to think of if we can all come to one thing that we can agree on, what we're going to manifest, one thing, and it could be just an apple, okay, a green apple, that we're all going to manifest one green apple, that we're going to see it sometime this week until the next episode of his live, or it could be something that's not normally seen. And I want you to know how powerful that is. And once you guys understand that, the 269 now, we're on that level. It's not that I'm trying to awaken you, because the ones that think that they're awake, sometimes you're not. If you are, you are. But then if you take your time, and I did this, I was a hypocrite at one point in time doing this. I would try to wake up someone else and try to do that. But do you know how hard it was for you to understand that you've been lied to this entire time? And then you go, because maybe you're able to deal with it better, because of the thing that you went through. But now just imagine telling your grandma, and like, Grandma, you spent 8 years of life just believing this, and it's nonsense, and she's gonna be like, oh my gosh, and she's gonna be distraught, and then all the energy that she has is depleted from her, and it's sucked out because of that energy that she held was in her faith. Okay, and can you mute Chris Berry, Commander?
Who's Chris Berry? I am. I can't find her. Where is she?
Chris Berry's a friend of mine I had in high school.
Oh, Chris Berry? Okay. If that's your friend, I'm not going to do that. Let me see. Where's Chris Berry? I don't know. It might be a different Chris Berry, though. I don't know who they're talking about.
Where does it say at? Where's this Chris Berry at?
It's some different person. It's just somebody here. I'm not sure who it could be. Anybody. I have to find the comment of what they were saying, but continue on talking. I'm going to be moderator here and do my moderation. Let's see.
The Men in Black. Yeah, so the Men in Black, like the first time I ever. Oh, wait a minute. Get back here. Oh, okay. Well, now, before you come out, I wanted you guys to see something. Is he still here? Hey, Chris Wary.
No, this is Chris Wary. The moderator took him out. I didn't see what they said, but it doesn't matter. But go ahead. Keep on the focus of what you're saying.
Shoot. What was I saying?
You were talking about the changing. They want to create a cyborg thing, and they want to change.
No. Abducting, because they want me to be abducted, because then I can come back and say what happened. Yeah. Okay, Men in Black. Okay, so my first time having Men in Black was like in January of this year, and this is after I developed that the lens over there, the tetrahedron lens. Green apple, and the reason. Green apple because you already know, my man or woman, whoever you are, you already know. And I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that comment. That is just but the Men in Black, they go, hey, so we know that you have firearms here, and they told me exactly where in the house and how is he had a piece of like a side lens on his head, and he wiped it. You could see it in the lens. He was like, and I go, so what's that? And he goes, oh, I was just clearing the house. And I go, whoa, that's crazy. I've never been contacted by the MIB. Well, it's not the MIB. They are it's the BIM or BIW, or
they used to call them Men in Black, but there's other terms, I guess, for.
Wait a minute. Don't you do that to me. Hold on. Don't you guys do that to me. Don't do that to me. Hold on 1 second. That's crazy. Oh, this is confirmation right now. Hold on 1 second. Oculus infrared on.
And we'll stay on, John, you and I, for till about 2:15 on the East Coast, because I've been on since like 10 something. I can't believe I've been on this minute.
Get off, brother. I was just trying to find
too long.
I was trying to find Men in Black VHS that I had, because I was just talking to myself about that, like I think earlier today, and I was like, I wonder if they're ever going to come back and visit me. But
hey, Valerie, good to see you. 4-hour show tonight. That's crazy.
It was it. So here.
Chezno just told me 4 hours. Yep.
This right here is my very first experience with the what do you call them? The people of the color that drive the black vehicles, but they're not. They're white vehicles. I was outside. And I was talking to my sister, and because she just got me this phone, and it was an Apple phone, right?
Yeah.
When I put it into I can't remember what viewing it was, because she's like, I'm gonna send you. What is it doing? Can you just tell? Is it staying there? Okay, save. Go. Okay, so this is the phone that she got me, right?
Yeah.
And I was on the phone, and she's like, "Oh, turn it over and do the view, like the two viewings." So you have two cameras in there, one that's picking up on their receiving end, and then they filter it, and it goes in then the bypass. And then you get to pick up what you have. So this was in my hand, right? Exploded. So this thing actually blew up in my hand. The only thing that hurt me was because I was holding it in my right hand, and I had a cut there for like the longest time. It was inside like right here. This phone right here had all my pictures of like my dog and all that stuff. And they didn't want to give me anything back. And I think this is the reason why they said it did is because the battery imploded on itself because it got touched by or crushed. Yes, heat crushed. It may cause heat or puncture or disassemble. But the gas actually came out somewhere from the bottom. And that's what got me.
Crazy.
Right. And if you also want to see if there are ever like, if your phone's always taking pictures of you, it's infrared. You gotta watch it through a camera. But the point of this is that when I wanted to see if someone was tracking me, I got these codes that I can actually put in my phone and see. And when I went to go do that, I tracked the nearest NCIS. What is that? It's the National Communication Star Institute, I think. It's off of it's in Tempe. It's what is that? What just happened? What was that noise? Oculus. Turn on camera 3, camera 4, and number 2. Hey, get away from my mailbox. That's not your mailbox. If you're just walking your dog, then where's your dog at? You need to have a leash for your dog. Don't make me be freaking, what's that guy, Mr. Wilson? Wilson!
Are you still there? Hello? This is CmdrAleon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
CmdrAleon. Oh, good.
Okay.
Hey, we're getting to 2:08 in the morning. I think we'll be on tomorrow night.
I was trying to send gifts to you, but it won't let me. Anytime I try to do this whole debit card thing or credit card thing, I need someone to show me how to do this because I've never had this many issues with. But
if someone can help John with how to do TikTok gifts, that would be great. Just message him, let him know how to do TikTok gifts because he's trying to send them to me. Yeah, that would be helpful. And John Connors is part of our crew here on Encounters. We're going to set up, John, I'm going to set up next Friday night for, we never know what's going to, for the Contact show.
What is NCIS? Is that a TV show?
Yeah, that's a TV show.
Of what?
It's I think they do like, I used to watch it once in a full moon. I don't watch much TV. It's a crime show. I don't really watch TV.
Yeah, neither do I. NCIS is a National Communication Institute of station. It's a it's like a filter. It's a filtering communication system. It's crime show, military crime.
Military crime, yeah.
Nice.
I've watched it once in a full moon, but my whole thing is I'm like, so I don't watch a whole lot of TV. Sometimes I watch really ridiculous programs once in a while just to, because I'm always contacted on the cosmic level. Sometimes I need to take a break just to watch a football game or something. And but other than that,
I just wanted to say this, Commander, and I never wanted to lead anybody on. I never wanted to do any of that at all. I was just going as it was going with me and with you. And if anybody ever has a doubt or any misunderstanding or you want to know, I will do the same thing that I did with myself. I read the books, and I had all the books right in front. And that's the thing. And when I have the proof in the pudding right in front of you, what can you explain? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's the only thing that threw me that aspect, because if I hand you now this is what tripped me out. Now check this out. Yesterday, I'm driving my car. I see a projection of something that looks like a throwing device that makes an implosion or an explosion, and to the fact where it was very real looking. And I got the most, the PTSD that they call. I understand it's real and I understand it's true. But I got really sad because I said, why is this in the neighborhood? And I looked at it. I said, you know what? Fuck it. Because when you see those in basic training, you're supposed to jump on it and lay on it. And you take it, and And I picked it up, and it's a freaking firework, dude. And it is absolutely mind-boggling that they can make something that looks like that, and then it lands in your yard after it shoots. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, that is. Well, it's been a great show tonight, and I'm glad that we got. We had a lot of people. I had a lot of people message TikTok last night to get you back on here. So I'm glad.
I appreciate. I thank you for that. I appreciate you doing all that, because they said that they had the most people ever just to have someone required to come back on TikTok, and I appreciate that.
And one of the things I learned while I've got you on here, I'm not going to mention the words because it'll get probably the algorithm will pick it up, but we'll just keep it focused on the cosmic, and don't show anything that is not related, because I know what it was. I won't even say it. But we'll just stay whatever we see on your screen, cosmic, and cosmic. That's my encoded message.
You got it. I understand 100%. I appreciate it. You have a good night, and I love you, brother, and I love everybody here. And we'll see you next time.
Okay, and we're going to do next Friday night before you go. We'll go on for contact for next Friday officially, and we'll get it set up the right way with that cup. That copper cup seems to be something they like, and we'll get that all. We'll get everything set up the right way. I should have hopefully this radio for Christmas. That John, I think you're going to have the same radio, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's coming from Amazon.
Yeah, same thing. Yep, I can't wait to get it. We're going to do some experimentation. Everybody, I want to say I love you all. I want to thank you for all your gifts and everybody for their patience and understanding. And I hope you all have a great Christmas weekend. And again, I can't tell you how much I love you all. You know, we love John. We love everybody here. This show is all based on love. You know, all based on love. Everybody have a Merry Christmas. If you are from another planet, however you celebrate on your planet, may you celebrate with love and light. Always. Take care, everybody.
Love you guys. Bye.
And before we go, if you wish to do any to my Venmo account, my main page is on my main profile page. I do have Venmo. I think most people on their phones have a Venmo, not everybody. But if you do, please donate my Venmo, $5, $10, or $15 right now to the Venmo account. We've been on here for over 4 hours. I think that's the most I've been on here on my live broadcast. I still haven't learned to cut it down to 2 hours. You know, I don't know if I'll ever learn. I'm a night person. You know, how do night people learn these things, right? But go on my Venmo. I do have a Venmo account on here, and just link up to it. Either $5, $10, or $15 will be fine. If you want to do a TikTok gift, please do. We reached over 122,000 likes tonight. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you all. I hope you'll come back to our show. Our show is usually on late at night. I never learn, Tiffany. I just don't. What can I tell you? So thank you, everybody, for being here. And, you know, we want to hear your stories. We love hearing people's visitation stories, UFO sightings, all these things. So we welcome you here. And if you want to listen to my radio show Sunday morning, 11:30 tomorrow, I'm on the radio on WESUFM.org. Tune in. You can call up my show and call my show up tomorrow at 860-685-7700. I don't mention my radio show enough, but Sunday mornings, East Coast, 11 a.m. Eastern, is WESU Pacifica Radio. For 20 years, I've been doing radio on Ashtar Command Radio. So please tune in. I'll be happy to hear your stories. Hey, Starseed Metaphysical Shop, thank you for being here. And everybody else, have a pleasant evening, a good morning. I'm going to go to sleep. Catch you later.